Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
There, Eleanor?
Yeah, I'm right here. Yeah, we're trying to get in Supervisor Han in, so she should be in any minute.
Okay. Give her a few minutes. Is it me, or do we have like a different panel set up on Zoom? I guess
it's okay to me.
Yeah. I know IT was working on some changes, or it could be Zoom upgrading because they were all constantly upgrading. Look sharper, actually.
Everybody's in squares.
Todd, you're in a different place. Where are you?
On Springs.
Ah. So you missed the earthquake.
I know. My sister said, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm great." So,
There's a lot of people in Palm Springs this week. You guys there must be a lot of Redondo. Do you see a lot of Redondo people there?
Spring break.
yeah, we're going to Arizona tomorrow, so we probably won't see any more people from Redondo if we did see any. I don't think we've seen anybody. But.
I guess we got to kind of wait for Janice Han, huh?
Yep.
Kind of on right away. She doesn't, then we'll just have to figure it out.
She's working on it, or she got her in? She got her in. Oh, she's coming in. It's really weird.
Turn my fan off. Do that. It's distracting.
Let's see if Katara's good.
I had a bet with her that she'd be done at 6:30. So if I lose the bet, it's going to be her fault.
So how was the earthquake? Was it jolt?
It definitely shook me out of bed. It was pretty big. I mean, but it's just because it was so close. It was only 4.0.
Yeah, not very deep either.
12 miles, I thought.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
12 miles down.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's deep then. I thought it was less than.
Can you go talk to Katara and see what's going on? Okay. Checking again. I don't know why. Okay, so, oh my gosh. Hold on 1 second. So she isn't a registered Zoom user, so let me see if she just called. Yeah, no, we don't want her calling in. We want her to video in. So just a second, Mayor. Phone call.
So I know everyone's in Palm Springs because I'm taking care of everyone's pets. And I'm a dog person, as we all know. And so I was taking care of this bird. Well, this bird is vicious. So I go to stick my hand in there to go get the thing out, and it
All right. Well, with that, I'll welcome everybody to our City Council meeting Tuesday, April 6th. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Graham.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Let's all rise and salute the flag. Do I see a flag? There's the flag. Okay. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Take a moment of silence, I guess. Okay. Thank you. Going right into announcements. Do we have Supervisor Han on yet, Eleanor? Doesn't look like it.
Yep, not yet.
Well,
I have someone working with her.
oh, okay, good.
Yeah, so yeah, I have somebody. I have Katara working with her right now.
Okay,
They'll come in.
we'll give it a few more minutes. See, we got 9 attendees.
Yes.
Fabiola is one of them. That's nice.
Bob Resnick, big leaseholder in the harbor. Just got a text from Janice Han. She's having trouble getting in. We know that. Should I text her back? Yeah, we know.
You can tell her the city of Redondo has ground to a halt waiting for her.
Yeah. See, I tried sending her your email. I'll try again, Eleanor.
Yeah, well, she has to have a Zoom account to come in, and so, but she's I think going to use someone else's to be able to come in, and then we can just change the name.
Okay.
Yeah, so Katara's working with her on that.
Yeah, I just got a text. It looks like she's going to sign in under Jennifer Lamarck from her staff.
Okay.
actually be Supervisor Han.
Right, and we can change her name when she comes on, so that way it's on the record.
She must do this all the time. Wonder what's wrong.
Amazing. 6 politicians and no one speaking. That's amazing.
Yeah, I told
Yeah.
2 stories. I don't want to you guys got to pitch in.
No comedians here.
Actually 7 if you count Eleanor. So,
That's that's right.
yeah.
Everybody sing.
So, no.
No.
No. Old Man River, that old man river, he just keeps rolling along.
Okay, so I will,
That's
let's
it.
see. So she's just registered, so now she's, okay, so let's see. I think she's gonna end up coming as an attendee, so I'll push her up to panelist.
Okay. She just texted me that somebody needs to let her in, she says.
We did, we approved it.
Oh, okay.
She's been approved. So now she can come in.
She's coming in as Jennifer?
Yes. I don't see her yet. That's really, not sure why.
I don't see her. She says it's not letting her in.
That does not make sense.
You have her email, Eleanor? Can you send her?
Yeah, let me just email her mine and see if she can come in as let's see.
Well, we're at 6:15. We might have to move on.
Let me try this and see if she can that doesn't make sense. I don't know why she's not able to get in. Come on.
Well, we'll give it to 6:15 and then just kind of move on. Too many people waiting.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get messages. Who are you waiting for?
I know.
We're waiting for our county supervisor. It's a very important person. We have an over $30 billion budget and she represents us, so.
Oh, we can wait a few more minutes for her.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
She's been great to us.
she's been fantastic to us, so. We'll give her a couple more minutes.
so
Okay,
I sent
Jennifer,
There's Jennifer.
Oh, okay, great. She's in. So let me move her, promote her to a panelist,
Okay.
and then I will change her name. There she is.
Miss Janice,
Wow.
you made it.
I do not know what was going on. Were you guys purposely not letting me in your lovely meeting tonight?
Telling jokes and singing. We didn't want to embarrass you, so.
Oh my gosh. I was waiting for my approval. Anyway,
We're an exclusive
You're here
club.
now, and we
apparently.
really
Okay.
appreciate it. So, Joe, why don't you, I guess you're going to introduce our Supervisor Janice Han, huh?
Yes. First, I want to make a few comments about John Grah. This first item, we would normally have a gathering in the library in the afternoon. In person would be much more involved. Like a lot of things this past year, we've adapted. So we still want to honor you, John. We want to recognize you. I'm going to make a few comments about your background, your many areas of involvement. There's a lot to say about you, John. You're a South native. You went to high school at South High. Didn't go too far to school at UC Irvine with a degree in information and computer science. You bought your home on Vanderbilt in 1999. Not long after that, you met and married your wife, Cynthia. Been in Redondo Beach ever since then. John has worked in healthcare consulting. He's raised venture capital. He's helped a number of businesses build and operate over the years. And along the way, he's always found time to give back to the community. He's been very generous, working in Neighborhood Watch, being a block captain. He's been actively involved in CERT. He graduated from the Citizens Police Academy, involved with the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce, held leadership roles in NRBBA, serving both as treasurer and as president. He's been involved continuously in the Redondo Beach Roundtable and Kiwanis. He was a member of the city's Budget and Finance Commission for 3 years before being elected to council in 2017. We have a number of plaques from area cities for you and area agencies. I won't go through each of them, but this is from Hermosa Beach. We've got comparable recognitions from Manhattan Beach, Torrance, the Beach Cities Health District, assembly member Mirasucci's office, as well as the Chamber of Commerce. We also have gifts from a number of city departments. Again, normally there'd be a lot of individual presentations. You got a lot of cool gifts coming, John.
Oh, cool.
One, I'm going to back up here.
Oh,
In the new version. All right.
In color.
So I want to thank you, John, for your time, for your service. I want to thank Cynthia for loaning you to us, returning you to her. I think in pretty good shape. A little bit wear and tear, but you've done great for the community. You've been very giving of your time. You've always been a professional. You've always kept an open mind. Again, on behalf of all the staff, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you especially for the past 4 years. And at this time, thank you for waiting. I would like to introduce you to LA County Supervisor Janice Han for her remarks.
Thank you.
well, thank you, Joe. And let me apologize again to everyone. Technology was just not my friend tonight. I feel like I've been doing webinars and Zooms for a year now, and this one should have gone a lot more smoothly, and I apologize. Actually, John, I was trying to give you a few more minutes as a council member before Zane got sworn in. So, just a few more minutes for you. But I really wanted to weigh in tonight on your service to the city of Redondo Beach, to the county of Los Angeles, and thank you for your service as an elected council member in the city. As you know, it's not always easy to be an elected official. You can't make everybody happy. Almost every decision we make has two sides to it, and it has people that support you and it has people that don't support you. But I appreciate your courage and your standing up for issues that matter to you in the city. I particularly wanted to thank you for your partnership with us on building the pallet shelter project, which was in your district. And again, I know all too well that no good deed goes unpunished, and that certainly people were not necessarily happy with what we were doing together to create a safe harbor for people who needed it most. So I really wanted to thank you personally for that. And I have no doubt, listening to what you did before you became a council member, the nonprofits you worked with while you were a council member, I have no doubt that you will continue to serve the city that I know you love so much. And on behalf of the 10 million residents of Los Angeles County, I wanted to present you with an official county scroll commending you and thanking you for your service. There it is, and it has a gold seal and everything. And again, thank you for your service, John. I know the people of Redondo Beach, as well as the whole county, appreciate what you've done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Han. That's very, very gracious of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, John, I'd like to say a few words too, and give the whole council an opportunity to say a few words. It's, as you know, been a labor of love for 4 years. Someone said, and they really kind of said it all, you've always been a professional. You always, had very directed positions, and you've stuck to them. And as Janice Han said, stepping up to the plate on the pallet shelter program recently was a huge lift, and a big reason why it happened was because of your agreement to it and your vision and seeing the value of it being there. So really, without you allowing that to happen there, it could have been a lot more difficult. So I know the homeless there and the people that have found shelter, 10 people have found homes that have passed through that program, and you should definitely take some credit for that. And I just want to thank you for all your service. You served, 4 years. A lot of people don't realize what that means, but we all up here do, and I certainly do, and I really appreciate it. And while we don't agree on a lot of things, well, I don't agree on a lot of things with a lot of people. That's just kind of the way it goes. It's the nature of the beast, and you've certainly lived it and done it with style and grace. So just really appreciate what you've done for the city of Redondo Beach. I know the residents of Redondo Beach appreciate it. It'll never be forgotten. And so with that, I'd like to, honor you with the highest honor we can give anyone. And that, if you'd hold it up, Joe, please, is a key to the city, something that I hope you'll cherish and be proud of. You've certainly earned it. And I know you'll still be involved. You've always been involved, and looking forward to seeing you around and continuing to work with you and hearing your opinions. So thank you very much, John. And
thank you, Mayor Brand. It's coming from you, that's a lot. So thank you very much.
And so I'd like to go around and just anybody who'd like to comment, any council members, maybe throw your hand up, or Councilmember Nierenheim, you put your hand up first. Everybody just say a few words. It'd be nice if you feel like it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brand. John, it's been a pleasure. It's as well as I do, it's tough. You take a lot of hits from people, and you worked really hard. I've been really impressed with you. You got out there, you made things happen. We've seen each other at ICA events, League California City events. Seeing each other in the street, walking and campaigning, and it's something special to be up here with you. I won't forget it. And, it's like Mayor Brand said, you really fought hard for what you believed in. And we had that conversation one time before, and that's what's important at the end of the day. And, I truly believe that you've made a difference moving forward for the better. You said what you needed to say, and that says a lot. And it's like Supervisor Han said, there's always somebody out there saying something different. And I think the pallet shelter is something you can really take credit for, as Supervisor Han has said, because it's in your district, and we worked it out. We worked out a solution, and I can tell you that has made a real difference in people's lives, and it's huge. And I have a little personal note with that later on. I mean, there was somebody who was, it's amazing what that's done for the community. So I want to thank you for that, amongst all the other things that we've worked hard together on, and seeing you out the events. So I'll see you at, Kiwani's events and the 4th of July runs and everything else along the way in the community, because you're not going away anywhere. I know that for sure.
Nope. Thank you, Nils. Appreciate that.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, John, I want to thank you for giving your time. A lot of people don't realize how much time is involved, not only with serving on council, but running for council. It takes a tremendous amount of time. It takes you away from your wife. It takes you away from your job and the other things that you're doing. And, as Bill said, even though we didn't always agree on things, you always handled things professionally. You were never, you were always friendly, even when we disagreed. And we agreed, as you've said a couple times, more than we disagreed. And so, the true mark of somebody who is a good public servant is somebody that leads their elected area better than when they found it. And I can say that you left District 4 better than when you found it. So, I wish you well in your endeavors. As Nils said, you'll be involved locally as you always have been. And, while you won't be an elected official anymore, that doesn't mean you still can't contribute. So, I want to thank you again for allowing me to serve with you on the dais. So good luck and good luck and spend some time with Cynthia going forward. I'm sure she would appreciate that. So
absolutely. Thank you, Todd. Those are nice words. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Whether Councilmember Indy.
I just want to say that I actually know that you've got some pretty bright things going forward, and that you actually were putting some of them aside because of this. And what people don't understand is a lot of the sacrifices that you made to do this job. And so I think your future's bright, and there's a lot of silver linings to what you're doing. And I got to say, some of the things that you proposed seemed a little far-fetched for me, and gosh darn it, you found a way to make that happen. And everybody's talking about the PAL shelters, but about, the purple pipe that you're bringing in for that grant that you're pushing forward, that the Measure R bridge that you're thinking of putting in. There's some big projects that you had in the works, and I just hope that people will see when they go through and give you the credit that you deserve on those. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So John is the one person here who I've actually known the longest, and we have served on a variety of boards over the past 10 years. And here's what I want to tell everybody about John Grah. He actually is the nicest person you may ever meet. He truly is. It is to his core. He has an energy about him. Even when he's in a crappy mood, he is still the most upbeat guy in the room. And I think that is an infectious quality that is so good to have. And I think it's great to have on a body, a council or any governing body, because it brings that energy to the comments that Todd made into any conversation and decision-making process. So I've already shared some sentiments with you personally, earlier today, but let me just say this. In every decision going forward, I will always consider a stepped approach, even if I don't take the stepped approach. And I appreciate that. That's one thing from you that will always stick with me. It was a pleasure to work with you. It will be a pleasure to continue being your friend beyond this, and the best of luck to you.
Thank you, Crispin. Really appreciate it.
Well, that's all the comments. John, why don't you take a few minutes and share your thoughts.
Well, I've got about a 45-minute speech plan, so just bear with me. I just got a couple things to get off my chest. No, I'm only kidding, of course. Thank you very much. Your kind words. You're my colleagues. You're the folks that I've been working with the last 4 years. And Supervisor Han, thank you so much for making some time to be here today. I'm honored that you're here. I know you're also going to be swearing in a couple of folks, and that's a great thing as well. But just thank you for being here as well. That's very, very thoughtful of you. First, I do want to say thank you to my wife, Cynthia. She has city government is not her deal, but she allows me to be me, and I have been able to do what I've wanted to do over the last 4 years for our city and kind of give back. I have to say also my other biggest fan is my mother. she watches every one of these meetings, and she, I think, is my biggest fan. So I'll just have to say thank you very much for everything that she's watched. She's watched some of the harsher meetings, then the funner meetings, and been able to just kind of see through all that. We really have a great city. She lives in Torrance, so she's very close. But she knows that Redondo Beach was in good hands and will be in good hands with all of you. So I'm very happy about that. Joe, to you and Mike Lazansky, I want to say thank you to you and your staff. It has been a pleasure working with you, watching you be a professional, do the things that we need to do. A number of the departments I've already said thank you to, but some special things to Mike Webb, he and his staff, for just being rock solid in all of the things that we've been doing. So Mike, thank you, and to you and your staff. I just want to have a special shout out to Joy Abakin. She makes all of this look wonderful. Not that you don't have it, Mike, but I'm just saying she does a great job there. Ted, you and your staff, the fact that you are able to clean things up and make things happen, and do all the things that our residents really want, and you have been on top of it since day one. I'm just so proud to be able to turn people over to you, and I know our next city council member is going to use you quite a bit as well, since District 4 needs lots of help. So thank you very much, Ted. I really appreciate it. Stephen Proud, you and your team, thank you so much for everything that you've been doing down at the waterfront, down at the up on Artesia Boulevard. It has just been a pleasure to work with you and your team, getting more grants and doing all of that. Thank you. Go do that and make sure that we are getting monies for all the different things, and keep us all honest, and keep us all there, keep us all moving forward. You've got a lot of things on your shoulders, so thank you very much. I would say Keith Kaufman, you and the police department, if you could just go on. Thank you so much. You guys have been rock solid. The Police Officers Association as well has been just fantastic. And Keith, I want to say thank you for taking the dual role, at least right now, for both the police and fire, our public safety officer. Really thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to this city council resolving the issues and finding a fire chief. But thank you for keeping our city safe. It has just been a pleasure to watch you make us safer, feel safe, and also run a terrific department. And like I said, we all feel safe because of you all. So thank you so much, very much. Brandy, you and your team, thank you so much for everything you've been doing. Wow, we've got a lot of zoning issues and a lot of things. We've got the housing element. We've got all those things coming up. And I was looking forward to being on all of those. It's now going to be in the hands of the next council, and I know you'll help with that. So thank you so much for all of that. And I very much appreciate your efforts. And you've got a lot of work ahead of you, so thank you. Appreciate it. Susan Anderson, the library team, thank you very much for everything that you've been doing. We look forward to the libraries becoming more and more open and getting the books back. But again, the libraries are what make us proud of Redondo Beach. So thank you very much for everything that you've been doing. It has been a pleasure to watch you guys take care of a great resource, and that's our library. So thank you very much, Susan. Really appreciate that. Thanks. I would say, Eleanor, to you and your team, wow, you guys run a terrific meeting. Thank you very much for all your hard work on all of the campaigns. Wow, it has been a crazy, crazy time, but you guys handled it with grace, and I really wanted to say thank you so much for everything that you do. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and I'll be voting, and thank you for tabulating my vote next time as well. So thanks. Lori Quickie, thank you so much for taking over the Community Services Department. Wow, or pardon me, yeah, it's like Community Services. Thank you so much for stepping up. You have big shoes to fill, but you've been doing a terrific job thus far, and I want to say thank you so much for doing so. Diane Strickfadden, you and your HR department, thank you so much for everything. I want to just say one of the biggest accomplishments that we've actually had thus far is when we moved our benefits from where they were at ICMA to over to CalPERS, thank you. It's a long day, and I'm speaking a lot, but when we did that, that was about a $1.3 million change year over year over year, and I think we're at about $8 million. So just that's an unsung hero thing. Let's keeping all of our employees happy and safe. So thank you so much for everything that you do, and I just wanted to say that one is a big budget surplus. So thank you. Really appreciate that. Marnie, thank you so much for everything that you've done when I was on Budget and Finance Commission, as well as going through these budgets each year. I'm sorry for some of the really in-depth questions that kind of made you have to go dig pretty hard, but you always handled those with grace. And I want to say, I'm so happy that you're going to be able to finally retire. You've been kind of hanging on there for a while and just hanging in there. So you're going to create a very big place to have to fill. But thank you very much for your efforts over the last 25, 30 years, something like that. Almost 40. Wow.
40.
Almost 40. Wow. We've been in great hands, and the accolades and the awards that we receive for our budget all go to you and your staff. So thank you so much for all of that. Is Chris Benson available? Anyway, Chris, thank you so much. IT has been in wonderful hands. You are terrific at what you do. And your staff, I'm going to say thank you for your service as well. I know that your time with our city is going to be coming soon, and your staff, but I'm sure that you're going to find great folks. You're going to put it in great hands. So that's just a fantastic thing to be able to say thank you. Our city has really grown, and you're an asset to our city, and good luck in your next endeavors as well. I'll say Andy Wingy, I know that you work with Ted, but I just wanted to say, Andy, thank you so much for being there for our design, for our engineering, and just doing some great things for our city. It's been a pleasure watching you work, and I'll miss working with you and the city, the parking and traffic folks. But thank you very much for everything you've been doing. I think I've had everybody. I think I've said hello to everybody, but I wanted to say publicly thank you. You know, the biggest thing is missing people. And when you go through life and you are working hard, as I said at our last meeting, I'm going to miss all of you as well. Mayor Brand, I just wish you success running our city and guiding our city and our leadership. I wish you good health and much success. I am not leaving. I'm going to be watching, and I'm going to be supporting all of everything that you're doing. Go off and make our city that shiny thing that you've been wanting for a long time. So thank you very much for your leadership. Todd Mills, thank you very much for being good colleagues. Like you said, we agree way more than we disagree. If you kind of look at all those votes, we have a lot of 5-0s, a lot of 4-1s, but we got a lot of different things done as kind of a balanced way of looking at things. I wish you both success in your second terms. Congratulations, and again, go off and make our city great. To Laura and Christian, thank you very much for looking after North Redondo with me, and I know that you're going to work with our new council member, Zane Oaji, and I want to see great things for Redondo Beach as a whole. North Redondo, obviously, since I live up here, but I think we have a really great opportunity to really see if we can make those things happen. So I wish all of you just a wonderful way to go. And finally, Mr. Oaji, can you please come on back on? I want to say thank you. Congratulations on your win. You've got a lot of work to do, as always. There's a lot to do. The city is a very complex animal. The staff will work with you. They'll do those things. And I know that we're in good hands in your hands. So thank you very much. Go off and do our city and our district proud. And I'll be watching. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
The last little bits that I'll just kind of say is this is a couple of things. When you get into city council and you get into public office, you want to have things and you want to make the city a better place. I think this council has made it a better place. And I always come back to the quote, and I believe it's a Truman quote that says, it's amazing what you can get done when you don't care who gets the credit. And that's my big philosophy. There are a number of unsung things that we've been doing that you don't need to take credit for, but we get to move it together and we all can take credit for that. I've been very proud to serve with all of you, and I will be actually taking some roles within the city. One of the things is I've just recently joined the Veterans Memorial Task Force, so I'll be actually helping out on both Memorial Day and Veterans Day and kind of taking care of that. That's just kind of one of the things that I'll be doing there. And a couple of other things, again, the biggest issue is I want our city to move forward, and I think it would be really great if we could just be kind and be good to each other. And please be safe. Please be work hard. I know you will, and I wish you all the best. So thank you very much. It's been a great 4 years. Thanks.
Thank you, John.
All right. All right. So what now, Joe?
What now?
Yeah.
The world is an oyster in your hand. Anything you want to do, John. So you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to sign off.
I'll probably watch on YouTube. How's that? So anyway, that way I can have a cocktail and not be on camera. So there you go.
There you go. Thank you, John. Thanks for
Thank you, everyone. God bless.
speech.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Thanks for the farewell.
Thanks, John.
Best of luck.
So next we'll hear from Supervisor Han once again.
Okay, thank you again, Joe. And now I just wanted to take a few more minutes and congratulate the other officials who are being sworn in tonight. And then after my comments, I can't stay much longer, but I just wanted to say a few words to those incoming re-elected officials and newly elected council members. So first I wanted to say something about your city attorney, Mike Webb. You know, Mike, I have known city attorneys in my life. I've known city attorneys that represent different cities in my supervisorial district. And my own brother, of course, was a city attorney for the city of Los Angeles for 16 years. So I kind of thought I knew what city attorneys did. But I'll tell you, I have been so impressed by you because it seems to me that some of your best work, to me anyway, seemed a little out of the box. And you have been such a trailblazer and a real advocate for doing things that have really helped people overcome some barriers that might have kept them down and from participating as part of our communities in a way like no other. And your work and your ambitious trailblazing for your homeless court is the one thing I wanted to speak to tonight that I think has done more to help people and to literally change lives and dare I say, save lives. I've gotten to visit the court in person and seen the good work that your team is doing along with your partners in the rest of the city, certainly in the county. Our public defender's office is a big part of that. But, you know, even with the challenges that this pandemic was creating in terms of just how you could gather people together for a court process was really innovative in your city. And I really believe that your program, this homeless court, is going to be a model for cities across the county as we can all continue to grapple with the homelessness crisis and getting people the support they need to turn their lives around. I've been bragging about you, and I've been bragging about your city's homeless court to everybody that I can talk to. I've even talked to my brother, who's now a judge on the bench in Santa Monica. I've invited him to come one day and view it as well to see whether or not he could even take that to the city of Santa Monica. So thank you, Mike. Congratulations on your reelection. I was really happy to be one of your early supporters and endorsers. And then I wanted to congratulate Councilmember Nils Nierenheim for your reelection. And you're such an interesting guy, right? You're not only a council member in the city of Redondo Beach, but you serve as an LA County lifeguard. And I know during this pandemic, because for many months, we weren't having as many people go to the beach. So we took you and turned you into a disaster service worker in the county, as we did with thousands of county employees that we needed to do other things during the pandemic. And I'll never forget the day that I showed up at the motel in San Pedro, and there you were checking in homeless people to the motel. This was one of the very first Project Room Keys, where we were working to get those who were 65 and older, particularly some seniors who had some health challenges. We were trying to get them off the streets quickly during this pandemic. And there you were as a hotel clerk, checking people in. And I know I told you, gee, Nils, you're saving people in the water and on the land. And I really appreciate that public spirit, public service spirit that you have so much, and really wanted to thank you for that. I'm so proud of you as a colleague, an elected official, but I'm also so proud of you as a county employee. And I congratulate you on your reelection. And I was also really happy to support you and endorse you and be in some of your mail even, I think.
Yep.
And Councilmember Todd Lowenstein, thank you so much for your advocacy to move your city to cleaner, greener future. That has been so important to your constituents and to your city, but really certainly important to the County of Los Angeles. And I really thank you for that. And I love the way that you really understand how the power of local government can make a difference in creating a big change like that. I enjoyed serving with you on various commissions. And again, congratulations on your reelection. I look forward to working with you. And to incoming Council Member Zain Oaji, congratulations. You're going to be one of those that can talk forever about how every vote counts and how you just don't give up until the last ballot is counted. You were an incredible campaigner. I remember the first time I talked to you on the phone, you were driving from downtown Los Angeles. I think maybe you pulled over to talk to me, but I don't know, but I know you were probably safe when you were taught. Yes, you did pull over. And I will tell you, I was so impressed with your enthusiasm. I was so impressed with your energy. I was so impressed with your vision for your Redondo Beach and how much you wanted to do and how you were out there every day, every night, every weekend, knocking on people's doors, standing on their porch and sharing your vision with them. And people don't forget that. People do not forget that a candidate came to their door, stood on their porch and shared ideas about how to make their city better. I congratulate you. You will find too, as all your colleagues will tell you, that, once you're in the arena, it is, it's not for the faint of heart, and that you can't make everybody happy. But my words to you tonight would be just be true to yourself, trust your heart, trust your gut, and the chances are your leadership will inspire many others to also go into public service. So congratulations, you're bringing great energy to this already energetic City Council in Redondo Beach. I know your district will be in good hands, and I look forward to working with you, Zain, together on many other good things.
Thank you.
And of course, I'm here tonight to also congratulate my dear friend, Mayor Bill Brand, on his re-election. Bill, you have been such an advocate, such a champion for the city that you love. And I love always hearing about the first time you ever caught a glimpse out of your mom's car with the window rolled down on this beautiful Redondo Beach, and you couldn't believe that you were actually going to be able to live there. And you're such a person of the people, whether it's surfing, early morning, watching the waves. You are really one of them. And I think that's why the people of Redondo Beach have come to love you and respect you so much. All of my mayors in all 26 of the cities that I represent have my cell phone number, but I will say few use it as much as Bill Brand. Honestly, we talk all the time, and I'm so happy to do whatever I can to help you in your work. Your vision for your city is, again, to make it more livable, more walkable, more swimmable, and your advocacy on behalf of your city is really unparalleled in my ideas for any other elected official. And whether it's the pallet shelter that we worked on together, or challenging the way you challenge other cities to do their part in helping with the homeless crisis. You always just seem to be on the right side of the issue. I loved our partnership, and it's going to happen in planning the redevelopment of the AES power plant site and your ambitious plan to create an oceanfront park, which will happen someday. And I just want to say, I just don't know if there's ever a problem, Bill, that you don't think that you or I can solve. And I appreciate your trust in me as well. You've done such great work in your time in office. I know you're going to do so much more in your next term. You love the city dearly. And you know what? The city loves you back. Congratulations, Mayor Brand.
Thank you, Janice. Those are really, really nice words for everyone. Can't thank you enough for taking the time to show up. Really, really means a lot.
Better late than never.
Anytime, late, on time, early, we're happy to have you. It's the partnership we have with LA County is just priceless. It's the closest relationship we have with any other agency, and your willingness to show up and help us fund the things we're trying to do just makes all the difference in the world. And the county loves you, Janice. So never forget that. And you're more of a shining star than you realize. I think your parents would be very proud of you, especially your dad.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
you can go now.
Okay,
Come on in.
time. I will administer the oath to re-elected Mayor Bill Brand. I'm Eleanor Manzano, the city clerk, and so, Mayor, if you can please repeat after me.
Mhm.
State your name.
I, Bill Brand,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Mayor Brand.
Thank you, Ellen.
And I just wanted to,
It's my wife, Deirdre.
and here's your certificate of election. I'll put it in your office. So this
Okay.
is for you. And then you can say,
Thank you, Eleanor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, thanks to Supervisor Han. Yeah, boy, here we are. I'll just say a few words and I'll make a long speech. I think former Councilmember John Grant, or still Councilmember John Grant, did a great job listing everyone on our staff that has been so integral to really the Redondo Beach and the way it runs. Most of you know it's been a long time for me, both as an activist and as an elected official. Almost 20 years, but who's counting? But really, it's been the slow, sensible growth philosophy that has resonated with the community. It's carried me this far. Everyone's been for strong, reliable public safety departments all throughout my career. Police and fire, dependable public services, our libraries, our community services, HR, IT, everything. Everyone's always been for that, all while balancing our budgets. And I've always taken my strength from the public. I would not be here today without their guidance, their criticisms, and their support. You know, and as I look going forward, we have a lot of opportunities before us now. We really do, like I've never seen before. The Galleria getting redeveloped, Artesia Boulevard upgrades, revitalize, not supersize our waterfront. We have to address the state laws coming from Sacramento, which continue to stay on that. They just continue to come. They want to take away our ability to control our zoning and development of our own town, all over the state of California. And of course, the AS power plant still remains, but regardless of the operating extensions that may happen, what happens there will define not just Redondo Beach, but much of the South Bay. Will it just be more condos, like many would settle for? Or will we seize this incredible opportunity before us by sticking to our guns, that site's going to be the waterfront park that the South Bay so deserves? The public voted for this in 2005, and the council made parks the only permitted use 16 years ago. And that's what it will be, regardless of any land speculators, if the public remains steadfast and persistent. So the next 4 years will be pivotal. I can feel it. I know everyone else can too. And I really look forward to being a part of it. I can't miss this opportunity to thank so many who have persevered, helped Redondo Beach over the many years, like our staff, of course, present and past, our top-notch police and fire professionals. That's our first stop. We don't provide the top-notch police and fire, it's a fail. But our public works department is always there for us. Active residents, the various nonprofit groups like the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, Keep the Esplanade Beautiful, Ocean Fever, many others that have been driven by residents just wanting to leave their town a better place. It's what makes Redondo Beach great. I have to take time to thank our city attorney, Mike Webb, and his office for all they've done, especially recently in their leadership on dealing with our homeless. As Janice Han said, it's really way out of your wheelhouse, Mike, all that you've done. I have to mention Lila Omura. She is truly doing God's work in our home for our homeless and our helpless. There's a high place in heaven waiting for her. And many thanks to all my colleagues here on the council. You know, I've been on the council for 8 years and mayor for 4 and going to be another 4, you know, and it's always breaking eggs. We agree on way more than we disagree on, but then we really hash it out through the tough issues and we make it to the other side with a lot of help and guidance from the staff that we've all mentioned. So thanks to the residents who supported my vision, more parks and open space over the years. This was not a priority, to say the least, during my entire 8 years on the council. But it is now. And persistence, as I said, is what wins the day in the long run. And we have persisted. No one can say we haven't. So in closing, most of all, I want to thank my wife, Deirdre. She's seen me through the toughest of times for me. I did not know how long I was going to live, frankly. Just a few months ago. But she has been there for me in ways I never imagined. So it's all, it's all ultimately about family, and Redondo Beach and the South Bay are like family that scrapes and scraps their way to greatness, and that's what we'll continue to do. So I'm looking forward to a productive and fun 4 years. So let's get started. Thank you, Eleanor.
Thank you. Okay, the next person I'd like to do the administer of the oath would be the re-elected Councilmember Niels Nierenheim. You please raise your right hand.
Yep.
Okay. I state your name.
I, Niels Nierenheim,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any natural reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well
that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Councilman
Thank you.
Niels Nierenheim, District 1. And here's your certificate of election that I'll have in your office.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, there's a lot to running a campaign, and the decision to make to running is not easy, as Mayor Brand has said. Last 4 years haven't been easy, but you definitely don't let go of the things that you love and the things that you become a part of you. So I just want to start off with a quote that was given to me a few months ago from Theodore Roosevelt. And it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doers of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, but there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, whose great devotions, who spends time himself in a worthy cause, who at the best in the end of the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails while daring greatly, so that is his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. You know, I think it's a very strong quote, because it's running a campaign isn't easy. My hat's off to all that run one, win or lose. You know, Councilman Grant showed real class. He's fought hard. Congratulating Zane, you know, who now has really big shoes to fill. You know, and like I did 4 years ago, not quite exactly the same. I want to mention a couple of people that I've worked with the last couple of years who reached out and thanked me. You know, Laura and Christian, you know, you guys thanked me, came out right away. You know, we have differences. We work them out. As Mayor Brand said, you break those eggs, you scramble them, you come up with a better solution at the end. You know, Laura, you know, if it wasn't for you and me hammering it out, making it happen, that pallet shelter wouldn't be there today. You know, and amongst many other things, bookends on the council. You know, Christian, we came together, we made things happen, like campaign finance reform. I look forward to that. You know, Mike Wazansky, you know, we've gone back and forth quite a lot. You reached out to me immediately, and you know, I'm sorry to tell you that Harbor and Riviera Village needs a little bit of polish, needs a lot of polish actually, and we're going to be doing a lot. There's going to be a lot of energy moving forward. The community has its eyes wide open. They see what's possible. They don't want to sit back and look backwards. You know, Todd and Bill, you know, we agree on a lot. By no means is our work done. We've got a lot to do. Hold on to your hats. It's not going to be easy the next 4 years, because we're going to make things happen. And making things happen, speaking of Zane, you know, you're there ready to go. So far, we've got a great start between us. The communication is great. The momentum has been great from when we first started talking last summer, all the way through the campaign. One thing I've said to you in the very beginning is that a strong North Redondo is a strong South Redondo. And when Artesia Boulevard is going gangbusters, Riviera Village is going to do great. Riviera Village does great. The Harbor is going to do excellent. So we all work together as one giant team moving forward. And so I just want to make things happen with you, and just know that I'm always there to help you and teach you. And it's not going to be easy, but we're going to make it happen. You know, speaking of the last 4 years, it hasn't been easy. These last 4 years have been probably the hardest 4 years of my life so far. I've been sued twice. I've had to stand next to what's now become one of my best friends get diagnosed with cancer. It's been tough. It's been hard. A lot of ups and downs. But against all odds, all of us have persevered. and we've moved forward. We've never backed down. We stood up for what we believe in, and we keep moving forward slowly and slowly and slowly. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, half step back, 1 step forward. You know, it's important that we keep our focus. And, you know, elections are great because they refocus you on what's important. And you can get distracted during your 4 years, and you kind of lose focus. But elections make you refocus on why you're there, what's important to you, and act on that. And the community has seen the last 4 years of my history. They see my vision moving forward. I'm going to be pressing that moving forward. I'm grateful for this community, the support, overwhelming support over the last 4 years, the votes. It's just, it truly warms my heart and what keeps me going. It really is, because it's just not easy. You know, you take a lot of barbs, you take a lot of hits, but it's worth it when you get stopped in the store and you get thanked and you see a city employee and they wave and they reach out, say, hey, say thank you for this or that. And it's cool. You know, it really is a nice feeling to have. You know, and to that effect for the community, you know, I reach out and I represent everyone. I'm elected to make sure that the residents have someone they can call for help, regardless of the issue at hand, regardless of the differences we've had in the past. And with that, you know, the deep support this community has given me, I'll be moving that forward, looking forward. The community doesn't care what's behind us, what's done. They want us to build bridges. And I'm here to move some bridges forward, build them together. We've got a lot of work to do moving forward. The council today is more future focused than ever before. We've got a whole new 4 years ahead of us. They expect us to be working together, moving together, working together. And I want us to be moving forward. As I said a couple of years ago in one of my community meetings, you know, in a few short years, no one's going to remember my name or who I was, but they will remember and know and understand the decisions that I made. So, you know, things that we're moving forward on, the Olympics, we got Olympics 2028 coming. We've got that, couple swims going, moving forward for that. We got the harbor and waterfront. We've got things that we're already moving forward on with that. Public improvements, a huge opportunity for the Seaside Lagoon. We got the Beach Life Festival. Riviera Village has just exploded with activity with outdoor dining. We made Fox News, CNN, international headlines. I mean, District 1, Riviera Village has been on the front and center for outdoor dining. And that's not just because of happenstance, it's because of the people involved, the Business Improvement District, the work that we've all done moving forward together. We're supporting the businesses down there and citywide. You know, the parks, Wilderness Park, I see a lot of great things happening there. We got our community gardens moving forward. I mean, it's just a great time in this council and in this community. We're going to move a lot forward. I'm really grateful to everyone's support and voting. It's been overwhelming for me. It's been really a big reflection. So with that, let's get to work and thank you guys very much for your support.
Okay. Thank you. So the next person I'd like to administer the oath to is re-elected council member Todd Lowenstein. Will you please raise your right hand?
Right.
I state your name.
I, Todd Lowenstein,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Councilmember Todd
Thank
Lowenstein.
you.
District 2, and here you'll have your certificate election in your office.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I appreciate you administering the oath very much, Eleanor, and it's been an honor and a privilege to represent the residents of District 2 over the last 4 years. But I always tell people when they come to me, even if they're not in my district, that I represent not only the people in District 2, but the people in all of Redondo Beach. I care very much about North Redondo. I lived up there for 8 years. And I, obviously love Redondo Beach. This has been our home for our family. And, I first want to start off by thanking my family, who you just saw, my wife, Carmen, my daughter, Meredith, the enthusiastic freshman at Redondo Union High School, my daughter, who's watching at Arizona State University in Tempe, Arizona, my mom, Joni, and Norm in St. Louis, and my sister and her daughters in Denver. I also want to thank all my colleagues on the dais, Laura, Christian. Again, like I said with John, we don't always agree, but we come to a conclusion at the end and we remain friends. And so I think that's what's important. That's what the residents of Redondo Beach want to see. And it's hard sometimes. It's very difficult coming to compromise, but we end up making things happen. John, I wish you well in your future endeavors, and Zane, I'm looking forward to your swearing in, obviously. And Nils, you've been a very close colleague over the last 4 years. We've bounced lots of ideas together, and again, we don't always agree on things. Everybody thinks we do things lockstep. We are on different sides of the aisle on different items, but we agree a lot more than we disagree, especially on issues like land use. And finally, Mayor Brand, I've told you this, but I've told more people this than I've told you. I'm in awe of you and what you've done over the last 4 years, not only to bring the city forward, but personally, with all you've faced, with great courage, not losing one step. I mean, even people that disagree with you are inspired by you, Bill. And, a lot of people would just fall apart, but you're the face of the city. And you love the city so much that has just basically, it's been an afterthought for you. And you've faced it with tremendous courage. And, you're in amazing shape. I have no doubt that you're going to pull through this great. And you're an inspiration to all cancer survivors and people that are, fighting illness. So, I want to thank you also for your mentorship and your friendship over the last 4 years. Obviously, staff has done terrific work. Joe and Mike, I turn to you guys for questions. You're very responsive. Even, Ted Saman, I feel like I have Ted on speed dial because I talked to him a lot about things in our district, and Brandy and Susan Anderson, everybody else. You've been very helpful for me for the last 4 years. A lot of people think that the council people do the hard work. It's really you guys, and you're sometimes faceless when it comes to getting credit. But I'd like you to know that I appreciate, even though I can be kind of short with people, I do appreciate all the work that you guys have done for us and residents over the last 4 years. And obviously, Mike Webb, he's provided us with great legal advice. We joke a lot about college football, and we have a lot of, you don't know this, but our kids are friends, and they graduated together and they hang out together. And then Eleanor, thank you very much for all you've done for representing the city, and Steve Deals as well for being the treasurer. But finally, I want to thank all of the people that are out there, the people that volunteered their time for me. They phone bank, they gave and they donated not only their time, but their money and their hard-earned money, especially during a pandemic. I really appreciate you. I appreciate the faith you put in me for another 4 years. I'll do everything I can to make sure that you're proud of our city going forward. Over the last 4 years, we've had a lot happen in our city. We've, protected our waterfront from large development. You all know about Measure C. That was an incredible achievement, I think, for our city in making sure that it remains a small beach town. We fought, not completely successfully, but we fought very hard to close the AES power plant, the eyesore and the blight that's on our waterfront that nobody seems to want, maybe except the state officials. And at the same time, as Janice Han mentioned, we passed renewables. And so our city has switched primarily to renewables and at lower cost for our residents. So, that's a great thing in keeping our guard on climate change and lowering our carbon footprint. We've had great events like the Beach Life Festival. I don't know anybody that didn't have a good time that was down there, and even the residents that were surrounding it thought it was really, really well run. So I'm looking forward to future of those events. We've forged labor peace over the last 4 years. All of our 6 associations are now under contract for multi-year, and that's quite an accomplishment in a tough economic time. Police and fire do great work. We have great leadership, and I'm grateful for the support of the Police Officers Association, the Firefighters Association. And finally, over the last year has been a real trial. I never thought that we'd be conducting all of our meetings on Zoom, but we've all been flying blind, and we've been able to make it, even though we've had a tremendous economic downturn. We've had, to cut almost 10% of our operating budget, maybe a little bit more than that, and and do it while keeping people safe. And that's a very great accomplishment, maybe our greatest accomplishment over the last 4 years. But the next 4 years, there's a lot of great things to look forward to. We're going to close AES forever as far as, if we have our way. We're keep trying to do so, and the state's, again, sticking their nose in there, but we think we can do so. We're going to revitalize our waterfront, make it something that everybody's proud of. We have a harbor amenities program that's going to go forward with a boat launch and revitalizing the seaside lagoon, as Nils had mentioned. We're going to continue to fight the problem of homelessness with creative solutions in our community, and we're going to make, as I mentioned, North Redondo and particularly Artesia Boulevard a destination. And I want people to feel proud when they drive down that street that is their main street in North Redondo. And we're going to do everything that we can to continue the work we've done there. And finally, we're going to fight, as Bill mentioned, the state takeover of local authority for housing, so that we can continue to make this a small beach town that everybody loves to live in. So thank you all for your support over the last 4 years. Thank you for your support going forward. And we'll do everything we can to make you proud.
Our next person is to administer the oath of office will be newly elected Councilmember Zane Oaji Jr. for District 4. So if you could please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Zane Oaji Jr.,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Zane
Thank you.
Jr. as Councilman District 4. And I'll have this in your office.
Sweet. If you could change the name on the sign as well, that would be great.
Yeah, okay. We'll do that.
Just kidding. All right, so I guess it's my turn to give a little speech. So first of all, I'd like to thank the residents of Redondo Beach for electing me. I mean, I won by 33 votes, and that meant every single person's vote mattered. And thank you to the residents who opened their door, came outside, and were willing to speak to me in the height of the pandemic. Granted, I was standing way back and I had a mask on, but that takes some boldness and some interest, some civic interest in a district that folks have said is disinterested. So I know firsthand that this district is interested and wants to see great positive change. So thank you to the residents for believing in my vision for positive change. Thank you to Mayor Brand, Councilmember Narenheim, Councilmember Lowenstein, for your faith and your trust in my vision and my candidacy. Thanks for getting behind me and endorsing me as your partner in service to Redondo Beach. There are so many individuals, Redondo residents that I could thank, but I'd like to thank 4 in particular: Sheila Lamb, Arlene Pinsler, and Dawn Esser. In the final days of the election, when I was out there walking, they were doing double duty, volunteering their time. So thank you. And Tony Hale, thank you, sir. Politics is relatively foreign to me, so it was great to have a Redondo resident who is an expert in the matter on my team. Thank you to my family who supported me in this race, and my team at my law firm who allowed me to free up and took care of our responsibilities to our clients so that I could campaign. And thank you also to Councilmember John Grant. You ran a great positive campaign, true to what you asked people to do 2 years ago. You made it very easy to respond in kind with a positive campaign and my positive vision for North Redondo. And you've conducted yourself as a consummate professional during this election after the results came out. So thank you, Councilmember Grant, and you will always have my ear, and you can always use my phone number over the next 4 years. And thank you, City Manager Joe Hefkin and the Executive Assistant Renee for welcoming me at the city, for making sure I got into meetings with staff so I could get up to speed on the issues that are coming up in this council meeting. Greatly appreciate the warm welcome that you all brought me into the city halls with. So residents, I look forward, council members, I look forward to serving with you. And I'm not happy to be here. I'm happy to have an opportunity to get good, hard work done for our city. So look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So the next person to administer the oath of office will be the re-elected City Attorney Michael Webb. Okay. If I could please have you raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I am Michael Webb.
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion, that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations, City Attorney Michael Webb. And here's your plaque, which will be in your office.
Well, thank you. I am truly honored and humbled to be reelected to a fifth term to serve as your city attorney. And I should add a fifth and final term of my choosing as city attorney. At the end of this term, should my health remain well enough to complete the term, which I fully expect, I'll have served 20 years as an elected official and 31 years of service to the city of Redondo Beach. And you can't do that and achieve the many successes that we have without so many people to thank. I was thinking about it, and there are quotes that mean something to me from politicians over the year. And the first one would be, and I'll paraphrase, President Reagan said, "Surround yourself with the best people you can find, delegate, and don't interfere." And the people in my office are truly talented. They're caring. Two of them are receiving a well-deserved award tomorrow, a police and fire award from Rotary. And all of them have received awards or deserve awards for how hard they work on behalf of the residents of Redondo Beach each and every day. And I also have to thank, in particular, police and fire, who we work so closely with in preserving public safety, and public works and community development in terms of all the things we did together to successfully get through and help many different areas of the city, the pandemic, and particularly with our efforts on homeless court and the pallet shelter. And I want to call out Mike Klein especially for his heroic works on both of those efforts. There's a quote from former Vice President Hubert Humphrey that says, "The greatest gift of life is friendship, and I have received it." You can't win 5 citywide elections in a row without great support and friendship, more importantly, from throughout the community. And the last election was unlike any I've ever known. And as Todd mentioned, people's finances were hurt. I had an underlying condition that didn't make it safe for me to go knocking on doors. And I was touched by how much support I got from people either donating their time, their money, words of encouragement, both longstanding friends and newer friends, newer supporters who may have questioned a decision that I made, but would talk openly. And I was really touched by all of your support, and I won't forget it. I'm also blessed to have a great family, and I'll talk about my 3 sisters and brother, my brother-in-law, and my soon to turn 82-year-old father. And I thank you all for your love and support. And I only hope that I can live to be 82 and that my suggestions for whatever my children are doing at the time could be at least half as valuable as your suggestions. And if I can make my children feel as valued and loved as you make all of us, my sisters and brothers feel, then I will have done well. Speaking of children, Theodore Roosevelt said, "A house full of children certainly makes all other forms of success and achievement lose their importance by comparison." And those of you who are parents know this, and all my children are grown, and the youngest is 19. And I'm amazed by the outstanding adults you've become, how much you give back to others, how much you fight for people who can't fight for themselves. And I work hard every day to make you at least half as proud of me as I am of you. And certainly, last but not least, and the Bible does say the last shall be first, so I think I'm safe here by placing her last. There's a quote, it's not an American politician, but it's one that I relate to the most. And it's, "My most brilliant achievement was the ability to be able to persuade my wife to marry me." And those of you who know Deanne know that that is absolutely no exaggeration. And she's raised our 6 children. She works at SC, where I know she's a valued colleague. If that weren't enough, she returned to school to finish the master's that she set aside almost 30 years earlier, so that we could get married and raise her. She could move out to California, and we could start a family. And she amazes me every day. The women in my office, and as you know, my office is all women, refer to her as Wonder Woman, and there's some truth to that. Being the spouse, as all of my colleagues as elected officials know, the spouse is not an easy thing. And I think it's harder on them sometimes than us. And I appreciate her allowing me to run this last time. I think I as many of you know, I suffered medical emergency as well as the mayor, and certainly he was an inspiration to me when he was going to run again. And there's so much we have to finish in the next 4 years, and I'm looking forward to finishing that. And I don't know exactly what I'll do. I'll turn 63 at the end of this term, and but I know, and my wife would probably like this quote better. There's a lot of demands, on all of us, and it's all for the greater good. But you miss a lot of dinners, you miss a lot of family things. And her quote would be Mrs. Frozone from the first Incredible movie. And in that movie, when Frozone was going out, and Christian's seen it, when Frozone is going out and interrupting a family dinner, as I have missed many, she doesn't want him to go. And he says, it's for the greater good. And she says, greater good? I am your wife. I am the greatest good you're ever going to get. And so while I don't know exactly what I'll do, it will focus on that 4 years from now. But for these next 4 years, I think you've heard from Nils and Todd and Zane and the mayor, all the opportunities and challenges we face. And we face great threats to public safety because of decisions that the current DA is making. We face an epidemic, a crisis of homelessness, and we are, and the words from Supervisor Han, I can't ever convey how much they mean to me and should mean to all of you. What we've come up with is being looked at and copied throughout the United States. And I look forward to continuing that effort. I look forward to fighting against state takeover of local land use, which will change Redondo Beach, its very nature as a city. And I look forward, along with you, we won the battle to keep a new power plant from being built. And I want to, along with you, finish the battle to get to reach that day when the polluting gas power plant isn't on our coast. So I look forward to all of that, and I look forward to working with each of you to meet those accomplishments. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mike. I guess, is that it then, Eleanor? Should I?
Yeah, actually, before you start your meeting, I'd like to do a roll call.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji Jr.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. And thanks for all those great speeches, folks. It was really heartwarming coming from everybody. So really appreciate the time and thought people put into it. I'm sure the community appreciates it. So with that, I guess we're on to a regular meeting. Here we are. Zane, you asked for it. Approval of order of agenda. Is there any motion to change anything or just approve the order as is?
As is.
As is.
Second that.
Okay, I think I heard a motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, seconded by Councilmember Nierenheim. Is there any objection? Okay, so ordered. Next up is a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please? Eleanor.
Yes. Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Obaji Jr. Member MD.
Here.
And Chairman Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor.
I was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're here. Approval order of agenda. Is there any objection to the order of agenda for the Community Financing Authority? Okay, so ordered. Blue folder items. Are there any blue folder items for the Community Financing Authority?
Not for, no, Mayor.
Thank you. Consent calendar, there are 4 items. Any item can be pulled. Again, this is for the Community Financing Authority. Would any council member like to pull any item from the consent calendar? Okay, is there any member from the public who would like to comment on any item from the consent calendar? Again, this is for the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Any members of the public want to speak, Eleanor?
No, not for this item.
Okay.
No e-comments.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. Do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji Jr.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, do you need to read anything, Eleanor?
No, Mayor.
Okay. This is public participation on non-agenda items. Again, this is for the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment under public participation on non-agenda items? Eleanor?
No, there are none for either.
Okay. Well, thank you then. There's no public hearings, old or new business. Any referrals to staff? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting of the Public Financing Authority.
So moved.
Second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. Are there any objections? Okay, so ordered. With that, I will call for a roll call, returning to a regular meeting of the City Council.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji Jr.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Blue folder items. Are there any blue folder item for our City Council meeting?
Yes, we have public comments related to J1, which is public participation on non-agenda items. The PowerPoint presentation for L1, which is the public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant. And then we have a memo from the City Attorney's Office for an item for the City Manager item. That's it.
Okay. Is there a motion to admit these to the record?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. With any objections to admitting these blue folder items to the record? Okay, so ordered. Consent calendar. Tonight we have 17 items on the consent calendar. We normally approve these all at once unless any council member or someone else would like to have them pulled for just further discussion. I'll go through the council, see if anybody wants to pull any item. Councilmember Nierenheim.
You know, I don't have anything to pull, but I do want to say to Eleanor, you did spell Miss Candace Nafisi's name incorrectly, or someone did, sorry, on item H17. It was mentioned there twice. I just wanted to get that correct.
Okay, great.
That's it.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Well, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Well, look at that. Is there any public comments on the consent calendar items?
So we have Brian Campbell.
Which item?
Eleanor, Brian was only available if there were any questions, so that was,
Oh, okay.
he was available. So since there's been passed, there's no need for Brian to speak tonight.
Is there
Okay.
any other public comments on the consent calendar?
Consent calendar. No, the other person was also, if it got pulled, but, and there are, let me just double check, there's no e-comments. And no e-comments.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, Eleanor, you need to read a couple?
Yeah, there's probably like 10. So adopt by title only resolution number CC-2104-026, the resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, ordering the city engineer to prepare and file a report pursuant to the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972, sections 22500 ETSEQ of the California Street and Highways Code describing the maintenance and improvement of street lights and landscaping in the city of Redondo Beach, California for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. H8, adopt by title only ordinance number 3213-21 and ordinance of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Municipal Code Title 5, Chapter 7, Section 5-10.05 to clarify regulations regarding the sale, distribution, and use of certain balloons in the city of Redondo Beach for second reading and adoption. H9, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2104-027, A resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Boardwalk Worldwide LLC, DBA The Dingy Deli, a limited liability company. H10, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2104-028, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to MJD Landing LLC, DBA Redondo Beach Sports Fishing and Well Watch, a limited liability company. Adopt H11, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2104-029, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Esperanza Decis, an individual. H12, adopt by only resolution number CC-2104-030, a resolution, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to First Steps for Kids, Inc., a California corporation. H13, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2104-031, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Tony Tran, an individual, DBA Mini Chinese Restaurant. And the last one, H16, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2104-032, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties to RDR Properties LLC. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Next up is public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity of the public to speak on anything that does not appear on our agenda. Everybody's got 3 minutes, normally limited to 30 minutes. Are there any comments, Eleanor, on public participation on non-agenda items?
Yes, so their hands are all coming up. Okay, so Andrew Lesser.
I think I am unmuted now, so can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Great, okay. I know I sent most of you congratulatory emails, and this is about as close to in-person as we're going to get until maybe June 15th. If you heard the governor this morning at 11, said things might be getting back to normal. June 15th, things will open up fully. Maybe optimistic, overly optimistic, I don't know, but we'll be seeing all of you face to face. I think much sooner than we all expected. So I did want to congratulate everyone on their re-elections, Nils, Todd, Bill Brand, and of course our city attorney, Mike Webb. I was going to bring up a little bit of history for the benefit of our newest council person, Mr. Oaji Jr., but I'll save the history lessons for when we get back to the chamber meetings. In the meantime, I want to address, as an emergency physician, the issue of vaccine hesitancy. I've spoken to some firemen, some policemen, some in the city, some other cities, agencies. A lot of them are saying they don't want to be the first. And I just want to say that I got my 2 shots. Was a little sore, a little ill for a day after the second Moderna shot. I've heard the same with Pfizer. I've also heard from people who've had no reaction to first or second shot. But for those that don't want to get the vaccine because they don't want to be among the first, I need to say, with, I believe, well over 100 million Americans vaccinated, you would no longer be among the first guinea pigs, if that's what you want to call it. And if you wait much longer, you'll be among the last to get it. So as an ER physician and as a responsible citizen of the community, I encourage everyone to get the vaccine, whichever one is made available to you first. Get it as soon as possible. In supermarkets, I rarely see people now with masks pulled down with their noses sticking out. Although in the main post office, yesterday, there was a woman wearing no mask at all. And today in Home Depot, there was a man that pulled his mask all the way down just so he can talk on the cell phone. And he blocked the aisle, and I couldn't get by him because even though I'm fully vaccinated, you can still pick up the virus and possibly give it to somebody right before your body fights it off. So I encourage everyone to stay safe, be vigilant, and get that vaccine. And congratulations to all of you on your reelection. And time, that's it. Okay. And also wish best of luck to those of you who are not termed out and are continuing forward. Councilperson Horvath and Councilperson MD. And good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Next person is Wayne Craig.
Good evening. I'm Wayne Craig, President of Restoration Waterfront. My heartfelt congratulations to Bill, Nils, Todd, and Zane on being elected to serve our city for the next 4 years. I also want to extend a special thank you to John Grant for your service to the city for the past 4 years. My message to the council and mayor tonight is simple. Let us move forward for what is best for the city. Here's 6 ideas for consideration. 1, after the election in March of 2017, Restoration Waterfront held several community meetings on what the public wanted for our waterfront. We collected these comments and presented a detailed report to the city council. There were some really good ideas in the report, and unfortunately, they fell on deaf ears. And not long after that, we were attacked and tied up with the malicious and fraudulent lawsuits filed against us just for wanting to make our community a better place. Fast forward to today, and not much has happened in the harbor until just very recently. I suggest the council take another look at what residents wanted from those road community meetings so we can move forward. Let the mayor be the mayor. And more importantly, let him do his job. The city charter entrusts the mayor with selecting highly qualified people for commissions. So let's let him do it. He's a smart guy. He will pick good people. And I think we need to give him the respect, due his position and his intelligence. Number 3, each council district in Redondo Beach is equally important to the success of the city. If you have an idea that can help any district, let's talk about it. Number 4, all council members need to stop this north, south, east, west Redondo nonsense, spread only to fuel hatred among residents. It does nothing constructive and only creates dissension and animosity for personal political gain. Number 5, the Artesia Business Corridor. Let's do everything we can to make it the important economic in our city it deserves to be. For the better part of a year, I attended meetings of a group that has been entrusted with this task, and it just isn't working. I believe it's time the council take another look at what can be done and who can actually make things happen along Artesia Boulevard for our residents. And finally, number 6, great ideas are what our city is built on. Don't be afraid to present them, and more importantly, give due respect to those presenting them. While not every idea will work, it's equally important to not just shut people out for political reasons. I want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to our city moving forward these next 4 years. Congratulations again, Mayor Brand, council members Narenheim, Lowenstein, and Oaji. I look forward to seeing you do some great things for our city. Thank you.
Okay. The next person is Sheila Lamb.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
No, just hear you.
Okay. I'll speak then. This is very short. A big congratulations to Mayor Brand, Zane Oaji, council members Narenheim and Lowenstein, and Mike Webb. Thank you for your time and efforts, but most of all, your sincere dedication to the residents of Redondo Beach. Thank you for running. Thank you for the last 4 years, and we all look forward to supporting you in these next 4 years. Thank you.
thank you, Sheila.
Okay. Megan. I'm not sure how to say her last name, so.
It's Peralt.
Peralt, thank you.
Blame my husband. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members, for allowing me to speak. My name is Megan Peralt, and I am actually a resident of Hawthorne, and I'm a grad student at Long Beach State in the geography department, focusing on urban studies and environmental justice. However, I'm not here tonight in an academic capacity. Last Wednesday, March 31st, around 7 p.m., I witnessed a vehicle versus pedestrian accident at the intersection of Artesia and Felton in Redondo Beach, outside of Rod's Charburger. And I wanted to speak with you all today about some potential options for public safety, including the implementation of arrow lights at intersections and potential options for pedestrian crossings that are protected, such as having a four-way crossing at intersections for pedestrians while no vehicles are present in the intersection. This particular intersection has an issue with sundown, and the angle of the sun is very glaring, and this particular accident could have been avoided if the driver was not focused on both the sun and yielding, and it was just really easily distracting at that time of day. So I feel that more can be done to make intersections safer for pedestrians and drivers alike. I was one of the first people on the scene. I was literally right there and witnessed something really horrific. And I looked up the statistics, and it looks like this is not the first time in this intersection. In fact, there was actually a fresh memorial outside of Rod's, which was very surreal to see. Unfortunately, I don't have any statistics on how many people get hit that don't die. So I can only imagine that the number is even higher than what I found online. So I just wanted to address this issue and maybe seek some comment and thoughts from you all, or just put it in your mind that public safety needs to be addressed in intersections, and that there are cheap and effective ways that the city can move forward in protecting its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. We're not allowed to comment on non-agenda items. We can get it on the agenda, but you won't hear comments from us tonight. But thank you for taking an interest in our town. It's not lost on us that you're from Hawthorne and taking the time to come to the city council meeting in Redondo Beach, explain what you experienced. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, we have Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city staff. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. Wanted to congratulate all of the successful candidates for our most recent election. Congratulations, and remembering that we are here for public service, that is a service to the public and in their best interest, as always, and I'm sure all of you will take that to heart. I want to also thank the people who ran in the most recent elections. It's not easy to extend yourself out there, put yourself under public scrutiny, subject to all kinds of different slings and arrows, as it were. So thank you to all the people who ran. You didn't succeed this time around, but the efforts and the fact that you do that is to be congratulated and to be appreciated. So thank you for that. I was down in the harbor on Sunday. I've been down there for the last several Sundays. It's incredibly busy. There's people out on SUPs, on boats, on fishing with their families, eating in restaurants. The area around Turtle Park up above where the deck is, Fishing Friends and the Slip Bar, it's just teeming with activity. The new hand launch ramp was incredibly busy when I walked by. There's people everywhere down in the harbor, and I hope to keep that amenity program that you started going. There's a new dynamic now on the council. Everybody's going to have a little different relationship with Mr. Oaji joining us, and I thank him for running. So everybody's got a little bit of an adjustment to get to, but I think all the goals are the same. I also think that the most recent elections pointed out that we have some problems still with our campaign finance rules. And I'd really like for some time in the near future for us to revisit that. We don't have a process or procedure that's published anywhere about how someone submits a request for review. There's no timeline for review. It's just a complete mystery. We should extend it to some of the rules to other elected officials. So I'm hoping that in the near future, you as a council will take up campaign finance reform. Happy birthday to Michael Johnson. I also like to go ahead and say that I'm enthusiastic about things moving forward in the city and hope that all of you can have moments where certainly you're going to disagree, but come together and take on these challenges all together as one Redondo. So thank you very much. Congratulations to everybody, and thank you to everybody who ran. Have a great evening.
Okay. Fabiola Ocha.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Fabiola Ochoa with SoCal Gas. First, congratulations to all of the re-elected elected officials, and welcome, Councilmember Oaji. I look forward to working with you and continue working with the rest of you. I wanted to address you tonight to give you an update on the dog park project, the infamous dog park project that has been going on for many years now. We, as you guys know, entered into agreement with the city not too long ago that gave us permission to do work up until April 31st. So I am here to let you know that we are actually not going to be making that deadline. Our team encountered some issues with our subcontractor at the very beginning of the project that caused a couple of delays. And as a result, we are going to have to go beyond April 31st. I know it's not the news that you guys want to hear or that I wanted to deliver tonight. However, we are confident that we'll be able to complete it by the end of May, most likely mid-May, but we'll say the month of May. As a result, and per our agreement, we did send a check to cover the penalty fees that we are supposed to cover if we were to go past the deadline. So we went ahead and did that. Tonight, there is a tie-in project happening that is actually 24-hour overnight work that we have to do. It's really critical to the process. And after this particular milestone, we will now go back to regular daily work and anticipate will be completed, like I said, mid-May, but we have till the end of May to really complete it. And then we will restore everything and then turn it back to the city. And I just want to say on behalf of SoCal Gas, we apologize for the numerous delays to the residents of Redondo Beach. Like I said, this is not the news that I wanted to share with you tonight. I am looking forward to us finishing this project up and turning it over to the city. But unfortunately, like I said, we encountered some delays and this is where we're at today. So with that, thank you for having me tonight.
Okay. And the next one is the e-comments. So Katira, if you can read those, please.
The first e-comment is from Michael Sachs. I'd like to thank all the candidates for their participation in the March 2nd election, and congratulations to those whose ideas resonated in the marketplace of our political debate. I was honored to receive 8% of the vote, which equated to $1.17 per vote. I only spent $1,300 on the candidate statement as opposed to others spending $3 to $5 a vote and more. My main message is that we can have political campaigns without the influence of money. I'm sure all the candidates would agree they would rather be working on solving the issues facing their constituents than dealing with the process of raising campaign money, documentation relating to campaign money, and responding to charges from the opposition of illicit use of campaign money. Continue to work to get money out of our politics and in the near term improve the transparency of campaign finance. Many issues deserve your attention. Here are a couple. Aligning our elections. We should align our elections. SB 415 is well-intentioned. 43K Redondo residents voted in the November 2020 national election, but only 14K voted in our city election on March 2, 2021. If we don't align our elections, we are disenfranchising the majority of Redondo Beach voters. We Please find a path forward to align our elections. Cannabis. In 2016, 65% of Redondo Beach voters approved Prop 64, the Adult Use of Marijuana Act. In January 2018, cities all around us licensed dispensaries which are experiencing relatively few negative effects while generating substantial revenues. Our city could use this cannabis-generated revenue. Please license a couple cannabis dispensaries so we may implement the will of the people. Thank you all for your service to our city. I've interacted with all of you, and I believe you all want what is best for our city. You all understand the honor the voters have bestowed upon you and the responsibility you shoulder relating to public safety and managing sacred taxpayer money. Please continue to respect each other's views and promote a collegial environment even when discussing our most contentious issues. Your words and actions influence many. I wish the mayor and the city council much success and good health. The next comment is from Matthew Hensley. Congratulations to newly re-elected Mayor Brands, Councilmember Narenheim, Councilmember Lowenstein, and City Attorney Mike Webb. Over the next 4 years, you have the time to see through your priorities and continue to advocate for the residents of Redondo Beach. Congratulations to City Attorney Mike Webb on your re-election to another term protecting the city. For City Councilmember Grah, thank you for your service to the city and the residents of District 4. It has been a pleasure getting to know and interact with you, and I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. I'm sure you will continue to do great things. To newly elected City Council Member Oaji, congratulations on your very well-earned victory and election to represent District 4. I look forward to your contributions to the city and the fresh perspective on the council. Best of luck to all of you, and know the residents of Redondo Beach are looking to you all and counting on you to do what is right for the city. And that is it for the e-comments.
That's it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, for taking the time to comment. Next up, we have a public hearing. Consider Community Development Block Grant Draft 2020 to 2025 Consolidated Plan and Draft Action Plan. So I guess I'll start with the ex parte communications. Councilmember Narenheim, do you have any ex parte communications to report?
Yeah, I've just spoken to you. I sent a couple members of the public, and that was it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I do not, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
I do not, as it relates to this.
Councilmember Oaji.
I asked you a couple questions about it.
And Councilmember MD.
I do not.
I spoke with both Councilmember Narenheim and Councilmember Oaji, and I know I had a couple of conversations with staff regarding this. So, with that, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Is there any objection? Okay, public hearing is open, and I guess Lori Koike, our interim community service director. Lori, you gonna give us a presentation, or?
Yes, I will. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have the first of two public hearings regarding the 2021 to 2022 CDBG Annual Action Plan. After a brief presentation, we will be joined by Damian Delaney from Michael Baker International, which is our CDBG consultant firm. Let me share the screen. There we go. So again, tonight is discussion about the Community Development Block Grant Program, a 2021 to 2022 Annual Action Plan. CDBG program has an overall goal of developing viable urban communities by providing decent housing, a suitable living environment, and expanding economic opportunities. Each year, the city receives its annual allocation. This year, we did receive a notification that the funding is $290,479. The next step is to complete an annual action plan for submittal to HUD. The annual action plan is noted here is to identify the city's housing and community development priority needs, strategies, and goals, and how the CDBG funds will be allocated over the next year. This chart shows you the history of funding for the city. Starting in 2001 was when we first started receiving funds. As you can see, in 2021 to 2022 shows a slight increase over last year's funding. The proposed CDBG funds, it reflects previous allocations. So 21% is for housing improvement program, which there's another slide that gives a little bit more information on that. The administration and fair housing at 20%, public service agency funding at 15%, and capital improvement projects, which is the curb ramp project at 44%. Just to make a quick note about the 20% administration and fair housing, and also the 15% allocation for public service agency funding. Those amounts are set by a HUD law and cannot exceed these percentages. This is a listing of the public service agencies that are recommended to receive CDBG funds for 2021 to 22. The first 5 that are listed are agencies that currently receive funding. CityNet, which is next to the last, is a new addition. As you recall, or may recall, the city entered into an agreement with CityNet in January of this year. And then Exodus Recovery is a recommendation from Joy Abakine. This group works well with groups such as Harbor Interfaith and PATH. Proposed CDBG projects includes home emergency repairs. As you see in the photo, it's a water heater, but that also covers electrical emergencies, plumbing emergencies, heating repairs. As we discussed earlier, also includes city-wide curb ramps and the ADA accessibility, ramps, lifts, grab bars, widening of doorways, and modifications to plumbing fixtures. The schedule is noted also in the staff report. So today is our first public hearing. There was also a public hearing notice about the start of the 30-day review period starting tomorrow and goes through May 7. May 4th is the second public hearing, and then the report will be submitted to HUD May 14. And basically the procedures is to hold the first public hearing to solicit input from residents and interested parties regarding priority needs for fiscal year 2021 to 2022, CDB annual action plan, and to continue the public hearing to May 4, 2021. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Lori. I thought you had someone else coming on, or is he just going to be available for questions?
No, I would like to introduce Damian Delaney. He's worked with Redondo Beach for, I believe, 5 years, and it is a great reference and resource for us in community services. So good evening, Damian.
You can stop sharing your screen.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Do you have any comment, Damien? I guess it'd be good to hear your thoughts on.
Well, first of all, congratulations on the newly appointed council members, and to you, Mayor Brand, for being reelected. I look forward to working with you guys over the next few years. and with your very capable city staff. The city, our slide wasn't big enough to hold all the city allocations. The city started receiving funds in 1996. But if I put those extra few years in there, the slide got really, really small and was really hard to read. So we do about 20 years of the funding. We are looking to get additional funds, hopefully next year. The way the budgets are going, at least that's what I've been hearing. So hopefully we'll be able to include that at a future date.
I know we got a lot of CDBG funds as part of the COVID relief. Is you project any more of that, or is that one-time deal?
Well, we received 2 rounds of funding for COVID relief, and we had that went for the homeless recently, as well as some of the business grants that we're doing with the Riviera Business Improvement District, Artesia Aviation, and we've set some money aside for citywide, which I believe you've approved a few contracts for.
Do you know, Damien, how much the city of Redondo Beach got in extra CDBG funding as a result of the COVID plans?
You received just over, I believe, $500,000.
Okay. Good refresher. Thank you. Let me look, sorry. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, so going back to that graph that you had there, it was a great representation how we move these funds around. And this is just the graph, the pie chart shows what buckets we're putting all the monies into, but we don't actually choose the projects themselves right now, correct? And
that is correct. At our second public hearing on May 4th, we'll be presenting to you a budget, a more detailed budget, and we'll have the folks here to give their presentation.
Okay. And how much control, or does it matter so much on the exact details of the items that we spend the money on? We're basically just saying a blanket statement on the monies that we get and where we're spending them on, or do we have to present actual projects?
We have to present actual projects.
Okay. And how detailed can we be with how these funds get used? So if we give these funds to an organization or a group, we give a lot of funds to like the Family Care Center on El Camino.
We had an RFP process, and the folks, the 7 organizations that were in the presentation all applied. If there's additional organizations you'd like us to reach out to, if you could please get us those as soon as possible so we can get them into the mix, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Oaji Jr.
This may be because I'm new, but I see on the list of organizations that are supported, and somebody just mentioned Harbor Interfaith. I know they run our pallet shelter. So is there a reason that they are not on the list of organizations recommended to receive CDBG funds?
Harbor Interfaith is receiving their funds through additional sources and did not apply for funding. They were invited. They chose not to apply.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any public comments on this element?
Mayor Brand, if I may go back to your question, the city has received just over $621,000 in additional funds through the CARES Act.
Thank you. And that is on top of what we normally received last year, which was about this amount.
Correct.
Thank you. Any public comments, Ellen?
No public comments, no Zooms or e-comments.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. If there's no more questions, I guess I'll entertain a motion to continue the public hearing to May 4th.
Motion to continue the hearing to May 4th.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Narenheim. I'll do a roll call. Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. So thanks for joining us. Damian, thank you. Lori.
Thank you.
We will see you on May 4th.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next up is a discussion and possible action regarding calendar schedule for meetings to discuss the City of Redondo Beach draft land use plan and map and the draft housing element. So, Brandy Forbes, you're going to talk about this for us.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. As we discussed at the last council meeting, the city's, when we were talking about the general plan and housing element annual progress reports, we mentioned that we're going to have an upcoming meetings to talk about the draft land plan and map and how that relates to the housing element, and we'll need to schedule some additional city council discussions on that. During that discussion, you wanted us to come back with some, or agreed for us to come back with some additional potential dates for those meetings, and then and I'll have Sean go ahead, if you wouldn't mind, share. Just so we have it pulled up, you'll have the dates that we have scheduled for meetings, and then the dates that are potential that we could add to that.
All right. Can everybody see that slide?
Yeah, it looks good, John.
Okay, great. So as Brenny introduced the item, this is to look at the schedule going forward for the land use plan. And there we go. So this is what we have currently scheduled and advertised now for the upcoming draft review of the draft general plan land use plan. We've got the community meeting tomorrow night, April 7th. We have the planning commission meeting scheduled for April 15th. Then we have a city council meeting scheduled for April 20th and a second meeting scheduled for May 4th. So some additional calendar dates that we're bringing before you tonight are April 27th, although with April 27th, that's also scheduled for a strategic planning session of the city council. Then we have May 11th, May 18th, and or May 25th, 2021. So those are the dates in May that we're proposing for the council. And as you may recall from our prior meeting when we did the housing element annual progress report, we looked at the schedule for the housing element, and it's pretty tight. So we can't move forward on the housing element and create that draft housing element until we confirm the land plan. So, and we've got to the date to get the draft housing element up to HCD is the beginning of June.
And also, council members, just so you know, for the May 18th date, there is a public hearing on a planning commission appeal that's on that same evening. So that may not have a lot of time for this discussion. So what we invite you to look at is, maybe the May 11th, adding May 11th and May 25th to the already planned April 20th and May 4th dates as the potential council meetings.
Brandy, so I guess the deadline to get the draft to HCD is beginning of June?
Yeah. So if we look at the October 15th deadline for the housing element and kind of walk back from there, City Council would need to adopt the housing element at the end of September, beginning of October. And that way it would need to go to the Planning Commission in either August or September to get that referred to the City Council. The HCD requires at least 60, well, they're requiring 60 days for their review. So if we were even looking at the September date and being able to advertise we really need to get it submitted in June to HCD in a draft format.
I know we're not the only city going through this. I guess there's over 400 in California. How do they handle, in a lot of these instances, probably most of them, these rezonings would require normally an EIR. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do that and be able to submit. I mean, how does HCD look at that, and how are we supposed to look at that?
Yeah, they require, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, they require adoption of those zoning changes has to be within, I believe it's 2 years after the adoption of the housing or submittal of the housing element to HCD.
Yeah, that's correct.
So you'd have the draft land plan. That's already going to be going then through the EIR process, and then the zoning would be following right up after that.
So when do we start the EIR?
As soon as we have the draft land plan finalized. That's really what they're evaluating in the EIR.
We start in June?
They could start as soon as we have that plan. Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And what about, our city charter requires a public vote for.
Yeah, it's still going to require that public vote. That should be something that we're considering in our conversations. And, I'll invite Mike Webb to come into those conversations as we have these meetings in the next month and a half.
I'm sure we're not the only city that's facing this as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked with Veronica Tam, our housing consultant, and she said that we asked how are most communities addressing this, and she said almost all of them are having to revise their zoning.
Right, which is some form of CEQA compliance and even public votes, depending on their charters and what's required. So, and there's a lot of cities in California that have, a variety of triggers for public votes and other things. So, are you saying that then HCD would consider our draft and, I don't know, maybe not certified, but certainly have it on the shelf if we don't have the EIR requirements completed? Or
I don't know about the certification. Do you, Sean, maybe you have a better understanding if they certify that without having the land use in place?
Yeah, they will. It will be certified if we approve it and adopt it before regardless of when, but when we submit it to them and it requirements, yes.
And if we, the reason we're really moving to the October 15th deadline is because we're on a 4-year cycle, that's our deadline. If we don't meet that, we continue on a 4-year cycle. If we meet the October 15th deadline, we can move back to the 8-year cycle.
When you say meet the deadline, as I recall, your report said a 3-month window.
That's for all that gets us is if we submit it in that we're still on a 4-year cycle. That was something we confirmed with Veronica as well. Unfortunately, we don't get that window for we get the time if we submit it after October 15th. It's just that we won't then go to an 8-year cycle.
So just to get the timeline straight, we're going to submit a draft in June, and that's going to HCD.
Correct.
And then you get back to us within 60 days, and then we're going to approve it, maybe?
Then it goes to Planning Commission for them to recommend for City Council to approve it. City Council would then consider the approval of that before the October 15th deadline, so we could submit it to HCD as adopted by the October 15th date.
So they'll come back with changes. Planning Commission will review it, and then Council will finalize it.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Great. All right. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah. Hey, Sean, can you go back one slide?
Sure.
Okay. So Commissioner Hensley emailed us, and the concern was that you've got the community meeting tomorrow night, and then next Thursday you have Planning Commission. And so it's a lot for them to absorb in one meeting. And so I think the request was, can they have a second meeting? And should they have a second meeting and actually do their due diligence before it comes to the council? So right now, that would either be a special meeting between the 15th and the 20th, which I don't think is realistic. So are we able to shift this around a little bit, especially in looking at those dates on the next slide? Could we shift the council, the first meeting to May 4th and the second one, say, to the subsequent council meeting, and then give planning commission, a second meeting, in between? If they're able to meet as a body, for a special meeting.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is going to be, the April 20th, we're expecting that we'll have a decent presentation to the city council, similar to what we'll have with planning commission. We want you to start considering all of the decisions and possibilities that are out there. So that in and of itself is really going to be just that presentation of where we're at and where we're at number wise and what has been provided comment wise to date. We did invite the planning commission to either join or watch the community meeting so they can start getting that kind of precursor of like that preview of what the discussion will be on the 15th. And we had told them that as well at the last planning commission meeting. Just because the city council is really, you're the ones that have the difficult decision to make. I think that we wouldn't want to push off the start date of that April 20th. Plus, we've also advertised that quite a bit to the public. So there will be a lot of public that will probably be coming to or joining or watching that meeting. One of the things that we suggested or thought about on the next slide was maybe having one of the meetings be a joint meeting of the planning commission and city council, maybe that May 11th meeting, so that they'll be able to hear a little bit more of the conversation and then perhaps join on May 11th with the city council. That's a possibility.
Okay. Or would it make more sense to do that on the 4th and then have the second council meeting? Do we need to come to a determination at that second council meeting?
No, that is why we're looking to have these additional dates.
Additional meeting.
Oh, okay.
So that you don't have this pressure that you just got it presented to you and now you have to make a decision on May 4th. We wanted to add some dates to your discussion so that you can really process the possibilities.
And when in June do you need to submit it by?
Well, we'll need to have a determination of how we're moving forward so Veronica can finish up the draft. She says the earlier in June, the better, just because they're going to be getting a whole slew of plans submitted to them. And then that way we may end up being able to get it back in time where we could even get possibly on the August planning commission. But even if we don't, if there are changes that they recommend, then Veronica has that opportunity to make those changes before the September planning commission.
Okay. So just, from your perspective, Brandy, logistically, if the council needed to go up to, you have the 18th or the 25th, right? But the 25th is 1 week out from June. How much time do you guys need in case there are, changes or just
I think that the 25th is okay. What I would ideally like to see is maybe adding the 11th and the 25th to the 20th and the 4th. And I know that's a lot. Maybe the 25th we have it in case we need it. And that way we have them on the calendar and the public is aware of them.
Okay. I'm good.
Great, Councilmember MD.
There's a couple things that were said, and I just want it, to be really clear on what this process is going to be. So we're going to decide where we're going to put the different houses to be able to meet our RENA of 2490, correct? Then we're going to go to, in June, it's going to go to Veronica, and then it will go, it eventually gets to HCD in October 15th. They're going to certify it or not certify it, assuming they'll certify it. When it's certified, and you're saying then it'll go to an EIR, but it's not the housing element that's an EIR, is it? Or is it the whole general plan is going to be subject to the EIR?
It's the whole general plan.
So that's it. So it's really they're similar. The housing element's a sub of the general plan, but it's not the housing element itself is going to be subject to the EIR. I know the answers. I'm just asking this for anybody that might be watching, so that they understand that there's a difference.
Correct. That we'll have. We actually do have part of the contract work with Veronica is the environmental review of the housing element.
Right.
But the land plan and map will be that's part of the general plan update, but they go hand in hand. And so that process for that EIR will start as soon as the city council says this is the land plan that we agree to move forward.
And then
from this process.
Okay, so the vote will be on the general plan as an overall. It's not going to be, the vote's not going to be necessarily on the housing element.
No, there's no vote on the housing element.
There's no vote on the housing element,
No.
just to be really clear. It's about the entire general plan. Now, if the residents vote no on this general plan and we have a certified housing element, what I understood was that if we were to follow what has happened in courts already, that then the courts have said, well, this is a certified housing element plan, and that's what's going to go forward, regardless of what the vote is on the no on general plan. Is that what I heard at the GPAC?
Well, not exactly.
Okay.
What happened if the land plan wasn't approved or the general plan wasn't approved by the vote is that housing element would then be decertified. We would have a non-compliant housing element because the changes in the land use designations that would create the zoning to accommodate the housing that we stipulate in the housing element that we are going to meet wouldn't be approved.
So then if they vote no, it'll automatically decertify our housing element.
I don't know about automatically, but as soon as HCD was aware of it, they would decertify it.
And once they decertify it, then what?
There's let's say a laundry list of actions that they could take to, let's say, leverage the city to make changes to our zoning to accommodate the housing that we're required to per the arena number. So
and then we would do it. Then we might do that, or we might not. And then we would then have to go to another vote, right?
With whatever change to the land use that triggers the vote, yes.
And so then we'll vote no again. And then at what point is someone going to say, will it take someone suing the city of Redondo Beach for it to just be decided at that point? Or,
that might need Mr. Webb to assist, but essentially there'd be due process the state would take against the city, and where that ends up, I wouldn't be able to speculate.
So why would we bother doing a certified plan?
Well, we do know consequences such as lack of, funding sources wouldn't be available to the city because we don't have a certified housing element. We do know that in cases with other jurisdictions, the state attorney general has sued the jurisdiction and taken away their permitting authority. There's also been fines levied. So there's a number of actions the state could take that at some point, the city would with the intention of having the city do the zoning that is required to meet our RENA.
So the loophole might be that we would do a certified housing plan, let the voters vote no on it, and then what are they going to do to us? Nothing. They can't do anything to us because we didn't vote no. The residents did, or would they be able to?
I think they would decertify the housing element because we didn't approve the zone changes per the housing element to meet our RENA, and we would be in that cycle.
Okay. Thanks.
Is that it, Laura?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Councilmember.
For now.
Councilmember.
Next, Bill?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Brandy, along those same lines of questions, the last thing I want to do is do something and then be in a position where we have this go to a vote. I mean, our earliest vote for our normal election would be 2022 or 2023, correct? 2 years from now, right? So what would happen if a project comes forward using the new zoning, but it hasn't been certified by the voters yet? So say in January of next year, somebody brings forward a project.
It'd be, any application would be reviewed under the existing zoning.
Okay. So what happens if what happens if we don't follow the 4-year plan, or we don't get everything in on time? We're trying our best. We don't get it in August. We don't get it in September. We get it in November or December.
We'll have to do another housing element update in 4 years.
Okay. But regardless, both housing updates will have to be certified by the voters.
The zoning that would represent the land use to meet the housing element would need to.
Right. I don't think the voters are going to look. Voters aren't going to want something that's force fed to them. Yeah, this is going to be a creative situation moving forward. So, okay, that's it. Thank you. Oh, actually, no. The last thing I have to say regarding the meetings, looking at the meeting schedule, I don't see a value to having a joint meeting with the Planning Commission. Having a meeting on 1 or 2 meetings in May would be fine with me, with the possibility of the 25th not necessarily needing it, but I don't see that necessarily being that important. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, let's just remember we're talking about meeting schedules. It's important stuff, everything he's talking about, but let's not pick our eye off. The staff needs direction on when we're going to have these meetings, and when we do have them, they have to have time to turn it around and submit a draft. So, and take into account our comments. So, anyway, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. Brandy, do you know what happened with HCD and Huntington Beach reaching a settlement over their housing element? I believe they didn't complete theirs, or they refused to add low-income housing. Is that right? What ended up happening, or is this a different issue?
I don't have the conclusion on the the Huntington Beach case, Brandy.
Yeah, I don't either, but you know what? We can, forward that information maybe even in advance of our April 20th meeting, just so that you have that information.
Okay. Yeah, I do believe that they didn't complete it. They reached a settlement about a year ago. Wow, a little over a year ago, in January 2020. So my only issue with the 25th is I'm going to actually be out of the country on business. I planned it so it wouldn't interfere with the city council meeting. So my preference would be either the 11th or the 18th. But if it has to happen on the 25th, then I just will not be able to make it. So that's it.
Is that it, Todd?
That's it. So I'd say either the 11th or the 18th if we're going to do this. And I would agree with Nils. I don't think we need to do a joint. one. I don't know how valuable it would be. But anyway, I think they should have their own and make recommendations to us.
That seems to me like the timeline's short. Decision could be made at the council. We should have have the planning commission meeting and then have 3 council meetings and make our decisions. Because having a joint meeting, I've been in those before. And now you got 13 people and everybody wants to talk and not a lot gets done. So I think we should stick to the city council's got to make this decision. Councilmember MD.
Then I go ahead and make the motion that we can add the May 11th meeting as a backup in case we need it.
So, and I guess we could do the 18th if we need it as well. Is that correct, Brandy? I mean, if we're in the 11th and we go, okay, well, let's talk about this some more.
Right. And the 18th we already have scheduled as a city council meeting, so that would be easy enough. It wouldn't be adding.
Okay.
Council.
Would that be a dedicated meeting, the 11th, then?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, you have session typically scheduled for the second Tuesday, but that would be, I think, probably the main discussion item.
Or like a workshop?
Right.
Okay, is that your motion, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
And I'm open if you guys want to make it the 18th, but I just think that'll give us some more flexibility. That's all.
Well, she did say there was some hearing. What is the hearing on the 18th?
It's a planning commission, an appeal of a planning commission decision.
Which project?
I know that may take additional time with any public comments on that.
Yeah. And usually when you get to them, then all of a sudden, for some reason, it has to be continued in the next meeting, and then you don't have anything. Anyway. Sorry. I'm jaded. Okay. Is there a second to Councilmember Indy's motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. Councilmember Oaji.
For my vote or for my question?
Yeah, your hand up.
Okay. So if we didn't make the 8-year plan, we'd have to go through this whole process again in 4 years, essentially put it to a vote, come up with a plan, put it to a vote. So, and presumably putting it to a vote has expenses inherent to it, right?
Yes.
All right. And then does the housing authority, state housing authority, provide us any funding for this process? For putting it to a vote, selling it to the residents, so on and so forth.
They don't for that process. Our housing element contract with our consultant was funded through grant funding through HCD. So, but not for going through that the process of adopting.
All right, thank you. And final question, Brandy, is if the EIR comes back at some point in the future and says, look, this part of the general plan, this part of the housing plan creates significant environmental impacts that you can't mitigate or you're going to have to adjust to mitigate, when are we able to adjust the plan according to what we get from the environmental impact report?
Well, the EIR, you're right. If it did have that, I have to say, I don't expect when you have housing that it's necessarily going to have that, just because that's such a priority when it comes to CEQA. CEQA hasn't, it's not like CEQA is a body that's created it, but the state has definitely, opened it up so that housing can be adopted. That being said, if it was, then there would be alternatives that would need to be evaluated at that point. It will come down to that EIR, and we'll know that within, I'd say, the next 9 or 10 months.
At which point we need to get recertification on an amendment?
We'd have to come back to council to evaluate what changes to make.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Councilmember MD, did you mean to have your hand up, or?
Yeah, I just want, so Sean and Brandy, when you guys come back for discussion, I want clarification on that whole process, because what you're saying and what I heard at GPAC from Veronica were entirely two different things. So what I understood was that the city of Encinitas had a certified housing element. They also have a vote for the people. The people voted no, and they were immediately sued. And then the judge said, sorry, voters, you don't get a say, and it goes straight to it. They accepted the certified housing element that the city had done. And so now you're saying that we're going to get into this possibly get into this loop. And so I really want some clarification as to what has happened to other cities and I realize they're not a guarantee of what's going to happen to us, but I mean, these are really important on what these consequences are, because honestly, hearing the Encinitas story from the GPAC meeting made me think, oh crud, we got to make sure we have a housing element that we can live with. But hearing your statement that we could end up in this ever loop, I'm thinking, well, what's wrong with that? Let's just stay in this ever-ending loop, and then we never have to have the housing. So I want to make sure that it's clear what the consequences are and what has happened in other cities, to make sure that we don't just, because it's going to be very dependent on what our processes are, what our decisions are going forward. That's all. I just want to request that for when we discuss that. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
If I
see Mike Webb has his hand.
Yeah, if I may, we're preparing to address that. Keep in mind that this night's agenda, and there are good related questions, but tonight is just calendar scheduling. And so we'll bring back what all the potential penalties that can impose. So it's not an ever-ending loop. There are things that the state or affordable housing units and now the AG can sue us, and they can impose some pretty draconian things, including taking away local land use control. But tonight is not the night, as the mayor pointed out, to discuss that. They're important questions. Tonight is calendar, but we'll be there are many cities that have been sued, and we're trying to collect as much timely and useful information as we can.
No, I agree. And it was important to know kind of all this stuff so that we figure out how many meetings we need. Second, I don't want these kind of answers. I want these answers to be very clear and succinct, and what we're going to do, because these are big decisions we're going to be making over these next few meetings. And so we really need to make sure we have all that information, correct information on that table. That's all.
We'll have it. Whether it's clear is probably beyond our control. When you're talking about possibilities, we can tell you what the possibilities and what other cities that may not be similarly situated to us, what the challenges they've raised, and then all of you put your collective head together and come up with the wisest answer.
You just asked Webb to be succinct.
I did.
Okay.
Christian didn't raise his hand, Mayor. Can I object?
You're out of order.
You're the only hand up, Mike. You can keep talking if you want. Okay. So there's a motion. Did somebody say, I think Nils, Councilmember Narenheim seconded it. There's a motion to say, any comments from
Yes. I seconded this.
Yeah. Any comments from the public, Eleanor?
Yes. Okay, I have Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, members of the council, staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. I think you schedule for the maximum number of meetings, and if you don't need the maximum number of meetings, then you unschedule it. But based on what we're hearing, the state's taking local control for us anyway. A record number of cities have appealed their RENA numbers. 97% of cities don't make their RENA numbers. As Council Member MD just remarked, these are going to be some really big decisions. There's going to be a lot of public feedback in a very compressed time frame. So schedule 3 meetings if you can. And if it turns out that you don't need the third, then that's great. But better that than being there making decisions at 3 o'clock in the morning that affect the city for the next 8 years. So I would encourage you to schedule as many meetings as possible. There's a lot to distill, a lot of public input, a lot of really big decisions, and the constant battle between Sacramento and our local control to discuss, which we know is going to go on for a good portion of whatever meeting you have and whatever information that is brought back to you. So that would be my input for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me clarify with Brandy. Brandy, it sounds like with this motion, you'll have a meeting for the April 20th, May 4th, and May 18th. Is that correct?
No, April 20th, May 4th, May 11th, and then May 18th if we need it.
Okay, so 4 meetings actually. Did I count that right? 4?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Comment, Ellen?
Yes, so the next one is Holly Osborne.
You're still on mute, Holly.
Unmute.
There we go.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah, this is Holly Osborne, District 5. You know, I went to all those RENA appeals meetings, and I have also been in touch with some people in Orange County that sent out a letter to all the cities. I don't exactly know the status of what they're thinking of doing, but they've got lots of other analyses that says that HCD allocation of 1.34 million is too high. There was a lot of double counting involved. Okay, and it shouldn't be that big. And so I just wondered, is anybody in our city following this and following what Orange County is doing? Because I know they sent out a letter to everybody.
Yeah, Brandy, are you aware of what's going on?
Yeah, that was, we as a municipality submitted our letter to SCAG back in November. That was something that one of the Orange County municipalities were interested in, and so we had submitted that. I'll make sure that we have that information when we come back on April 20th, but it would be that SCAG would have to challenge legally challenge the total number. So it's not just a process where SCAG can make that determination, but rather something that would have to go through a legal channel.
Well, I don't think SCAG is going to challenge it, but a bunch of cities were. And I don't, is Mr. Webb still on the call?
Yes. But go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, yes, I am. Are you referring to the email that was sent out by Harper and Burns? Because
yes.
So yeah,
Yes.
so I appreciate you sending it to I think it was the mayor and I subscribe on behalf of the city of Redondo Beach. I've received one newsletter from them, and I'll certainly be following up in preparation for the meeting on April 20th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for staying on top of it.
Okay. I have Wayne Craig.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to reiterate some concerns that came up after the GPAC meeting where a lot of these decisions were brought up. As you know, many of the GPAC members were kind of upset. They wrote letters saying that the process for which they were forced to come up with these numbers weren't really fully vetted in a timely manner. In fact, some of them got it just before the meeting. And I think you need to schedule as many meetings as you can. I would certainly concur with Mr. Solomon. You need to have as many meetings as you can because there are some things in this plan that just don't make sense. In fact, one of the candidates for city council probably lost his race in part due to voting for some of the increased housing numbers in areas that really make no sense. And while I'm glad to see that Councilmember MD is taking a stand and asking about some hard questions here, I really wish you would have brought this up and put it to a council piece that had it agendized when it was proposed in December. I think we would have been further down the process on this and going forward. So in the future, let's just not kick this can down the road. Now we're being forced in a very small timeline to make some very tough decisions based on, I think, a very flawed process. Our GPAC, the meeting they had in December pretty much undermined most of what the hard work they put into it for the prior 2 years. So you need to have as many meetings as possible and let the public know, because if this thing, as it looks now, is going to be pushed through very quickly, the public may not be aware. And if you want to get the public to vote for something, you got to get them involved. You can't just do this thing in secret and then have a couple meetings and say, surprise. So anyway, I encourage you to engage the public as much as possible. And that means scheduling as many meetings as you need to make this possible. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Brandy, right now we have 4 more meetings planned for the city council. And then actually, if on the May 18th meeting, we decide we want another meeting on the 25th, we'll be able to schedule another meeting on the 25th.
Yeah.
Okay, so we could have at least, right now we're scheduling 4 meetings. We could go to 5 or even more if we want.
Yeah. And that's in addition, we'll have the community meeting again tomorrow night, and then and that'll be available on replay as well. It's very informational. And as well, there's going to be an interactive component to that will stay open through Sunday. So if anybody wants to go back and review the presentation from tomorrow, or even just go to the link on the city's website for that interactive exercise for providing feedback on potential sites, that's going to be open till Sunday. And then we'll have the Planning Commission on the 15th. That's another opportunity for the public to get more information. And then again, like you said, Mayor, the 4 dates that we have scheduled. And if we needed to after that, there could be a 5th city council meeting or more.
Yeah, I mean, we can just keep having meetings until we're comfortable. Just to answer people's questions about you need to schedule a meeting, we've got 4 scheduled and we can schedule more. Okay. Any more?
Mayor, I have Sheila Lamb.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Brand. As mentioned in my name, Sheila Lamb, District 4. As mentioned in my prior comments to the Council in December 2020, the current draft land plan changes reflect not GPAC recommendations, but recommendations developed by hired consultants who gave the GPAC members an admonition that if they did not agree to these recommendations, the city of Redondo Beach would suffer negative consequences from HCD. The changes in this land plan document were hastily made in one night without the opportunity for members to deliberate between themselves. In the months since that land plan draft was introduced, many community members have heard that the GPAC dumped all the increased housing density into North Redondo, thus asserting that it was the GPAC's decision and not the consultants. This couldn't be further from the truth. This land plan requires much more deliberative time to determine what is in the best interests of Redondo Beach residents, not what is best for Sacramento, nor what is expedient. I am in full support of council members taking as much time as you need to ensure that this land plan is the right plan for Redondo Beach residents. And if this means scheduling additional council meetings, I am in full support of that. This is too important to make decisions based on what Sacramento wants or what is expedient. Thank you so much, and I know that you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheila.
Okay, let's see. We have April Kabachka.
Hi, April Kabachka. Well, you answered my question really just by listening. I guess after hearing everything, what can somebody who's just starting off in the process of learning about the GPAC's draft land use plan, attending the community meeting of tomorrow, April 7th. Is there anything else I can do to educate myself?
Can you tell her, Brandy, where to go on the website? You know, the plan Redondo, how to navigate?
Yeah, I think that that is the best first step. And can you pull up what the webpage, how she would get there to be able to register to attend? I think it's also on YouTube.
Right.
It'll be available there, but we'll make sure that Sean, if you can.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
I actually did register to attend.
Okay.
Meeting,
Oh, did she?
I felt like I went down a rabbit hole though when I was trying to figure out like what the plan, like what businesses it would impact in Redondo, like say the ones like on 182nd and Kingsdale. I was trying to find that. It was just very difficult. So
Yeah, and that's what the presentation will be, approximately an hour tomorrow evening, to present the information of where we're at as far as any recommendations, and then there'll be an opportunity for you to submit questions in the chat for that, so that we can, after that, anybody who wants to stay on for the Q&A can enter their questions that way.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, April.
Okay, then we have 2 e-comments. Go ahead, Katira.
The first e-comment is from April Cubby.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, okay. So then we can go to the next one.
The next comment is from Robert Gaddis. As a member of the GPAC, I can tell you that we were ambushed at the December meeting. We spent 2 years carefully negotiating the future land use across Redondo Beach, real planning, and all of that was thrown away at the December meeting. A consultant was brought in to run the December meeting and subjected our prior set decisions to a series of up or down votes to allow high-density residential development into our neighborhoods. Such decisions impact our city forever into the future, generating traffic congestion, stressing city services and finances, including police, fire, and infrastructure, overcrowding our schools, blighting our neighborhoods, and causing a myriad of other problems. Important permanent decisions for the future of Redondo Beach should have been subject to proper public notification, but they weren't. Forced as up or down votes in the dark of night, many passed the scheduled end of the GPAC meeting, when some members had already had to leave to attend to family responsibilities. We spent 2 years and many hours of our time and hard work to agree upon workable plans for Redondo Beach, and tonight a forced votes pushed on us by some consultant we have never heard of turned all of our efforts to illegitimacy. I cannot endorse or recommend the GPAC or the staff report that claims to be the results of our work. I suggest the City Council devote 3 meetings to carefully review the real work we did as the GPAC and not the slapped together, rushed, and ill-considered document reflecting that one night in December when these votes trashing our work were pushed through. And that is it. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. The motion on the floor in a second. Sorry, let me just ask Brandy real quick. Brandy, you're going to bring to the Planning Commission and to the City Council the opportunity to amend whatever the GPAC recommended, I take it.
Yes. This was an opportunity for you to look at all, possible solutions for how to meet the capacity for housing for our arena number.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Oaji.
Good question. This is all kind of jogging my memory, but December there was a GPAC meeting. Then the GPAC members came out to the council, spoke about the fact that they felt ambushed and the concerns that we just heard expressed. And we have this deadline kind of in June, September, or October. Why is it that this is the first time it's coming? And I'm sorry, I'm inquiring into basically how the sausage is made. But why is this that the first time that this is coming to us is now in April rather than potentially March or February to the prior council?
Right. Actually, the final determination of what our arena number, we had gone through the appeal process, and that wasn't finalized until early February itself. And so we needed to also evaluate the options and these the recommendations and possibilities on whether or not those would even be viable. There were a few recommendations at the GPAC meeting of considering additional locations. And so we had to do the evaluation of those sites to see if they would be viable for us to meet our arena numbers.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Mayor, we have another e-comment.
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead, Katrina.
This comment is submitted from Bob Kinsler. The problem with item N1 is that it assumes that the GPAC process has reached the point where it has in a fair and open manner. It has not. At the last meeting, after more than 2 years of work seeking consensus, the staff helicoptered in an alleged resolution of an issue that we've been dealing with all along, that our zoning might deal with the issue of affordable housing. It is an issue that has plagued California for decades. Suddenly, in a knee-jerk response to alleged threats from state officials, the staff indicated that zoning changes needed to be made without further consideration. This is a classic staff ploy. Let the public play while they figure out what the ultimate result will be. You might want to watch an old BBC show called Yes, Ministers Do This in Action. I think the question in this agenda item is whether 2 or 3 meetings will be necessary to unravel this issue and come up with what the next steps will be. I believe it will be 3 at a minimum if it is going to be part of a regular agenda, since the details of these issues will be complicated and frankly contentious. I would suggest in its place that you hold a special meeting just for this. No other agenda items, no closed sessions. That would allow us all to air our opinions and you can best decide the proper direction for the future. Thanks.
Okay, in answer to that one, I think May 11th is our dedicated meeting and there are no closed sessions related to this. And we'll look for Yes, Minister. Okay, you still mean to have your hand up, Councilmember Oaji? Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and a second to schedule 4 meetings with the 11th as a dedicated meeting. Motion by Councilmember Remy, second by Councilmember Narenheim. I guess I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Oaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdi.
And I just want to state that I haven't heard anybody blame the GPAC for this. This is definitely the state mandating this. Nobody believes that the GPAC did anything wrong with any of this. So just to kind of clarify that.
Don't think anybody's innovating.
Okay. Next up, discussion and possible action regarding contracts for environmental review associated with zoning and parking amendments to begin implementation of the Artesia Aviation Corridors Area Plan Map. So Brandy, you again.
Yes, and I have Sean with me on this one as well. So the Artesia Aviation Corridors Area Plan, or I'm going to call it ACAP, that was adopted by the City Council on December 8th, and I apologize, the administrative report had said the 12th, but it was on December 8th. And at the time, the City Council also wanted to get an estimate for moving forward with both activating the ACAP itself, so that the design guidelines can become effective, and then as well for pursuing the parking components of that. And that was the broader scale of the parking, so not just revisions to the parking regulations, but then also looking at what are some other parking solutions, potential locations for parking, and the parking need. We brought back those. We brought back those estimates, and City Council recognized that this was a pretty costly amount, and we just didn't have it in our current budget. So at mid-year, we came back with more information on that, and we were able to, and also the request was to reduce the parking component of that contract to just focus on the parking regulations. So we brought that back at mid-year with a budget response report. And then also we were able to evaluate that there is enough funding in the general plan maintenance fund that could cover that. So it wouldn't have to come from the general plan. It wouldn't have to come from the budget. At that time, the City Council didn't make any action on that. You're addressing other mid-year budget issues, but this was a referral from staff at the last meeting to go ahead and bring those contracts forward. So what we have tonight's agenda are the contracts for activating the ACAP And then as well, the contract for the parking is just for the parking regulations and doing the environmental review for those.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so in the staff report, there's two options basically, even though in the main agenda item here, we're just talking about the lower amount. I'm curious. It seems to me like it would behoove us to spend a little bit more money and do a broader parking study that really just encompasses everything that we may need or want to do in the coming years, as opposed to kind of piecemealing it a little bit now and then maybe a little bit later. Like I'd rather kind of get the broader picture and I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but I think we should be expanding this ACAP anyways. So my recommendation would be to go for the broader parking cost.
Okay.
Sure. I'll make that motion if nobody else.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion and a second. Let's see any hands up. Any public comment on this?
There are no public comments for this item.
If I may, Mayor, with that, to go forward with that, well, we'll have to bring that contract back for approval, but we'll bring that at either the next meeting or on the 20th.
Is it clear what we're asking for?
Yeah, and that's for the parking. I didn't know if there was an inclusion of approving the other contract for the for activating the ACAP.
Well, I think you made the right assumption. If we're going to expand it, we're going to have to expand the contract. So.
Well, there's two contracts on the agenda. So one contract is activating the ACAP. That's $1 amount. Then there was the parking, and I think that's where you want to expand that. So that has to be amended. We'll come back with the revised contract at the next meeting, but wanted to see if you wanted to move forward with.
So let me add to the motion the inclusion of the activation of the ACAP cost as well.
Second that.
So there you go, both contract. So yeah, if you got the money, and probably just consent calendar item would be all it suffice. So, all right, Councilmember Narenhunt.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, question. These are significant contracts going out. We didn't put these out to bid, did we? Or how does that work? Because we have used Walker on the last contract for $33,000, which was underneath the $35,000 threshold. How come these aren't going out to bid?
At the time, City Council had asked for the cost estimate proposals for this. We have worked with Rincon and Fair and Piers previously. They have been reasonably priced on that. If we were to go out for an RFP, just know that would take more time for us to come back with the contracts.
Well, yeah, I'm fine with taking more time and make sure we do it right. But I mean, how did we just choose them? And we just chose them, and they're above the $35,000 threshold.
Actually, no. So Fair and Piers actually did the initial parking study. So they're familiar with the baseline parking study that will be built upon to move beyond and expand this parking evaluation. So they're familiar with the area and with that particular ACAP project.
So we're extending their current contracts, is what you're saying?
Well, they are a sub consultant under a different contract for what they've done to create the ACAP. This would be an additional contract for them to move the work forward.
Okay, because when I looked at the contract, it didn't say that it was an extension, or it basically said it was a new contract.
It is, yeah. It is, but the point is, utilizing them, they have a familiarity and already have done the study for the ACAP to develop the ACAP itself. So they have a familiarity of the parking situation in the Artesia Aviation Corridor.
And also, if I may, we recommended them based on their familiarity with the area, with a past positive experience that we've had with them, and also thinking that this was a priority that you wanted to move forward sort of as quickly as possible. We could do an RFP. That's going to add more time. It will slow things down. It's certainly an option. It's not a requirement. If we were building something, then we would have to issue bids. That's a requirement. But in order to hire a firm for professional services, we can either do an RFP or recommend one that we've worked with before. So it's really a council policy decision on whether you're comfortable with this recommendation or you want us to go out and get other proposals.
Okay, so okay, all right. I'd rather have other proposals out there, but if the council wants to go on this, I don't see the ability us going through and just giving these proposals, contracts out for these large dollar amounts without doing an RFP, and sometimes it's required, sometimes not required. It's just kind of weird to me. So. I don't feel comfortable with just going out these two contracts totaling a large sum of money. So I'll probably be voting no on this. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure their competitors would like a crack at it. Any other comments? Any public comments? Okay. With that, there's a motion on the floor and a second. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay. There you go.
Mayor, just for the record, there were no e-comments or Zoom.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. So, last item, discussion and possible action regarding the city's local emergency pertaining to COVID-19. Joe, and any other city manager items you'd like to talk about?
Yes, tonight what we would like to do this evening is cover the highlights of LA County and most of the state actually now being the orange tier, which there's been a lot of publicity about kind of the relaxed restrictions on the private sector, and also to talk about kind of our plan with a number of departments to kind of get back towards dealing with people in person and kind of a phased approach towards resumption of services. It was noted earlier that the governor did outline a new date for a complete lifting of restrictions, which would be June 15th of this year. That is based on two kind of prerequisites, one being that vaccine supply is sufficient for anyone over the age of 16 who wants to get a vaccine. So that's one prerequisite of the governor's directive. And the other is that hospitalization rates remain stable and low. So if things continue to go in this direction, then we would be well beyond what the orange tier outlines. And I'll just hit the highlights of that. And then also you'll hear from a number of the department heads about kind of our efforts to move forward with a planned reopening. So if I can just kind of tick through some of the things from the orange tier that are in effect now. Bars that do not provide meals are allowed to open outdoors with distancing, masking, and infection control safety measures. Indoor operations are not permitted. That's in bars that do not serve meals. Visits are limited to 90 minutes. Masks are required except when people are eating or drinking. There's no counter seating, and people can eat or drink only when they're seated. Tables must be 8 feet apart, maximum of 6 people from up to 3 different households. So not all of these are as detailed, but for breweries that do not serve meals, they can remain open outdoors and also can be open indoors at 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is fewer. That's the category where reservations are required for indoor seating. Restaurants can increase capacity for indoor dining to 50% capacity or 200 people, whichever is less, with all of the safety precautions remaining in place. Places of worship can hold services indoors at 50% capacity. Fitness centers can operate indoors at 25% capacity. Indoor pools can now reopen under the orange tier guidelines. Movie theaters can increase capacity to 50% or 200 people, whichever is less. There's seating, spacing requirements, reserved seating, things like that. Grocery and retail stores can increase capacity to 75%. Hair salons, barbershops, personal care services can increase capacity to 75%. There's some other relaxation of the rules that are outlined in the orange tier as well. Some of what we have done already in place and have in place in preparation for reopening is, and you'll hear more about this from Director Simon later when he speaks, but we have rigorous cleaning procedures in place for any public areas, door handles, counters, things of that nature. We have removed furniture in seating areas in public locations. We have put plexiglass in place to provide protection both for employees as well as members of the public when they're allowed indoor buildings. So with those precautions in place and with the safety protocols recommended by the CDC as well as by the state of California, what we want to do tonight is, rather than just hear me talk as you usually do, to hear from a number of the different departments that service the public. And we'll start with community services, followed by the library department, community development, public works, and finance. So these are some key sectors, kind of essential government services, and thought it would be helpful to hear from them. We also have Mr. Backley here from Beach Cities Health District, who at the end of the departmental comments will have some thoughts as well. So if I could call on Lori Koike first to speak.
Hello. Well, for the Community Services Department, based on community feedback, the first item that will reopen is passports. We have been getting a lot of phone calls asking if we've reopened. So our plan is to open on Monday, May 3. Our main passport person is available starting the week prior. So we need to get him in, be certified, to get supplies and everything. The operation will be similar to pre-COVID times, by appointment only, about 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Other divisions will open in phases. We want to see and get established with passports first, but we do have a transit, housing, a recreation, and senior services. And again, those will open in phases, times to be determined. During COVID, these divisions have done a great job meeting community needs through consistent communications, use of technology such as Zoom, and also through virtual programming. The next week's agenda, we will be bringing you a report on fireworks, different options for your consideration. And we're also working on a report on the possible reopening of Seaside Lagoon. So in a nutshell, that is community services.
Yeah, go ahead, Susan.
Okay, so at the library, we had started library takeout for 5 days a week in July. We were alternating between the North Branch and the main library, and then we added Saturdays in September at the North Branch. We also have been doing virtual programs that we will continue through this first phase of reopening, but our anticipated reopening date is April 19th. We will be at 75% capacity, which is in line with the orange tier guidelines. We will have full hours at both facilities as were determined in the fiscal year 2021 budget. The buildings will be open for browsing only with some limited computer and reference service as well. Patrons will be limited to 30 minutes in the buildings. We will be suspending library takeout, but if patrons have medical concerns about coming into the buildings, we will arrange to deliver their holds to them outdoors. And we will not have seating when we first reopen, so it'll just be browsing only.
Okay. And Brandy, I think you're up next.
Yes. The Community Development Department is looking to reopen with a staggered staffing schedule and on an appointment-only basis starting on May 3rd for counter hours for planning and building. During the emergency orders, we were able to pivot and have most staff working from home and conducting business electronically. We were able to set up an online payment system for permits and even shifted to reviewing plans electronically. Some of the municipalities did not make that shift, which made it more difficult for them with the hard copy drop bins and having to isolate plans for 2 to 3 days before even determining if plan sets were complete. So that online electronic review is one way that we have more efficiently been able to review and process applications and conduct plan check. The one service that did lose efficiency was our counter access. There are times when a question at the counter can be answered more expeditiously and with a quick dialogue rather than emails where the question or answer may not be clear. We've even set up some Zoom calls just to kind of talk through conceptuals. But even with that, there's some delay in coordinating those calls. Even with that, though, the number of building permits that have been issued each month compared to the prior year have either been at the same level or actually have exceeded the number of permits that we had pre-COVID. The only exception would be the months of March and April last year when everything was first shut down. That said, you know, we've also heard from some real estate professionals that our building reports have been issued in a very expedited fashion, especially in comparison to what they were experiencing with surrounding municipalities. But we recognize that there's a convenience and an expediting that can happen with issuing permits and with just, you know, going through the conceptual plans and the planning side at the counter. And for building inspections, those have mainly been done online, but we do expect that we'll still have some of those more basic inspections continue virtually, just because there's a lot of setup that has to be done for in-person inspections. That the requirements that the contractors will have. However, we do expect that we'll open up more of the building inspections as long as those protocols are in place to in person. As we start to reopen, we're looking to the LA County orders related to office work sites for protocols. Although we are an essential business, we have demonstrated the essential component could be conducted mostly remotely. So therefore, we wanted to align with the LA County office workplace protocols. So with that, we would be staggering the staffing. So we'd have a 50% maximum capacity, occupancy in the office, maintaining social distancing, coordinating an appointment-only basis rather than having crowding in the lobbies and creating unsafe conditions. And then we'll continue with online services and submittals, plan reviews electronically at this time. To set this up, we're coordinating with the city manager's office to communicate set protocols to staff in city hall offices regarding face covering, social distancing, and how to coordinate office spaces. We have been working with IT. We're setting up an appointment scheduling system that will allow the public to schedule their own appointments rather than have a staff member and try and figure out how we best communicate that to the public. And then as well, IT is going to coordinate announcement screens so that when somebody is here for their appointment, they know if their appointment is being called or not. Public Works has already installed plexiglass dividers along the counters to have it a safe space between the public and staff. And they're going to be working on some of the sanitization supplies, signage, and other requirements. And then we'll have to work out the details for allowing for coordinating the circulation for the public in the City Hall lobby area. This is just for the next phase in operations. We are going to keep our sights on the future, with that June 15th date that the governor has put out there, and just continue to evaluate when we can reopen to the next level and get the staffing back when we can.
Go ahead, Ted.
Thanks, Joe. Mayor and Council, as Joe and Brandy have both stated, from a disinfection and cleaning procedure, we do have procedures in place that we will be out there cleaning and disinfecting our restrooms multiple times a day, 3 times is our current objective here. We'll be also doing the same for common room handles, entry doors, kitchens, kitchenettes, copy rooms, etc. So we've got procedures in place to do a significant amount of that sanitization. We're also going to be providing disinfectant wipes, disinfectant hand sanitizers at the entry doors, wipes and hand sanitizers at the public counters for all departments, including community development and engineering at City Hall. And like I mentioned, we will also do that in-house for the staff to be able to do their own disinfecting above and beyond what the department will be doing region-wise. We've also done upgrading of the HVAC system, filtration system. We are deploying the MERV 13 filters on the HVACs, which are in line with the guidance document that the State Department of Health has put together as a necessity to protect against viruses and airborne viruses and bacteria. From an operational perspective, Public Works Engineering at City Hall have been utilizing the same and will be utilizing the same protocols as community development and Brandy just described for the City Hall operations. We've been utilizing electronic permitting, plan submittals for review and checking. Our inspection, the Public Works Inspector has actually been coming into City Hall and doing his field inspections. He comes into the office to establish appointments for the next day. Most contractors have the ability to call and have that on their permits, a phone number that they can call, in which he will confirm an inspection time and for the date that they are requesting. So he'll continue in-person inspections. Public Works operational personnel in the operations side have continued to work throughout the pandemic, as you've seen them, from the establishment of closures to the repairs of potholes and concrete improvements. So that will continue. Public Works operations does have a public area, or to receive the public. We don't generally get many people here. We have continued to provide certain services by appointment. We will be reopening that office, and we'll be able to provide that service, most of which for us comes when someone wants to reserve a block party or the barbecue when times are good. And we provide the composting bales that people would like to have. And as Brandy mentioned, we have already put in place the plexiglass dividers for the protection of our employees and the general public. So that our facilities are pretty much ready and we'll continue to service them during that period.
Thank you, Ted. So Marty Rulin, Finance Director.
Financial Services is also going to be beginning to issue business licenses in person by appointment only, also on May 3rd. In addition to that, both our business licensing staff and our cashiering staff, excuse me, they'll be supporting those who made appointments with community development or engineering, and either issuing a business license if it's needed for a building permit, or taking a payment for a service. In addition to that, we will continue to take online payments, payments by mail, same with business licensing. Applications can be submitted electronically as they have been during the shutdown, and cash, and then payment can be made online as well. So they'll have the option to either continue as we have been doing or schedule an appointment.
So Marty's the last department head to hear from. One thing I do want to say is that in all of these examples that we've given, they're on an appointment basis. So the facilities are still locked. We're not just opening our doors and saying, welcome, come in for business. We're kind of putting our toes in the water. We are also keeping an eye on the infection rates and those other standards that, you know, this is our plan, assuming that, you know, the numbers keep moving in the right direction. Even what the governor indicated, that was a tentative date, June 15th. If the numbers don't hold, that could be pushed back. So just wanted to make mention of that again, appointment basis means that you make an appointment. That's if you want to. We will still do the services virtually as we've done in the past. When we've had the few complaints that have materialized related to service, we look into them. We don't have very many that we've been able to really track down to identify a service problem where the individual is not able to receive service. So any of you that have those, please let us know. Let us know kind of as they happen. If it's something that happened 2 months ago, that's, you know, hard for us to deal with. I think we've gotten better at this as the pandemic continued. In the early months of the pandemic, like everyone else, we were scrambling to figure out how to respond. So maybe the last person to call on we've worked closely with is Tom Backley from Beach Cities Health District. We have had conversations about doing things in conjunction with our neighboring cities. I think we may be getting out a little bit in advance or in front of them in some instances. So you may hear from Tom a few words of caution. So, Tom.
Great. Thanks, Joe, and Mayor and Council. Good to see you tonight. And yeah, I think as you're aware, we've been talking about recovery planning really since last June. That's one of the first things that you do in an emergency. So we started that in June, and just wanted to go over some just general sort of policy concepts. So I'll share the screen here for just a moment and walk you through that. And as Joe said, this is something that we've been working on with the 3 cities, as well as the chambers of commerce from each of the 3 beach cities. And so when we're looking at reopening, and what we're really talking about tonight is as you've heard, is public facilities. And then the big question, I think, is going to be about events and gatherings and what happens on the beaches as far as volleyball tournaments, both big organized ones as well as informal ones. What does that look like, and how are we going to reopen those, and what does that recovery plan look like? So that's what I'm going to talk real briefly about tonight. So in talking with the cities and the chambers, you know, one of the things that we thought was a good way to go was start out with what are your objectives, and you've heard some of them tonight. Obviously, safety is on everybody's mind, and we've talked about that consumer confidence concept that you can open, but if people don't feel safe, they're not going to show up. And so that's where safety comes in, building that consumer confidence. Service level, you know, you heard from Brandy some of the hybrid ideas that they've been using. I think we would all say, while a terrible year and a tough year, there are some things we learned from COVID. I think we probably have seen engagement increase with Zoom and the ability for people to attend meetings when otherwise perhaps they wouldn't. And so we're urging to think about that as you're reopening. And obviously we all want to get back to the way it was, but there are going to be some improvements. And I think you heard some of them tonight when Brandy presented. Getting to that accessibility and engagement, is there a way to blend access and continue with some of the virtual best practices that you all have utilized over the last year, and also just make sure that we're giving everybody as much opportunity to engage as possible. And then I think productivity is another one where leverage tools, is there a way in which we can offer obviously the in-person service as well as virtual or remote working environments? I think all of our eyes have been opened that a year ago, I would have said, I don't know about working from home. I don't know about that. I think my eyes have certainly been opened that is a productive way to provide service by blending that with our more traditional ways of providing service. So when we look at what's happening with events, and I think you're going to start to hear about it, or there may be some discussion tonight. In the county, we're just getting some of the guidelines, and I'll quickly go through some of those for the events, since Joe talked about some of the business openings. But it's a real simple sort of math problem that the county is going to be looking at is, can you control the number of people in a specified amount of space? I mean, that's really what they're going to be looking at. And so can you do that through gated access? Can you do that through ticketing? Can you have things be outdoor? And so when we're looking at events, those events that have a gate are going to be ones that you'll probably see are going to be easier to open. Obviously, these are some of the other protocols and principles that we think the county is going to continue to emphasize. And we're already seeing that. They've just released some of their event criteria, and I'll go over that briefly with you. Limitations for at-risk populations. And then I think, as Joe mentioned, we really would like to see if we can have a unified approach. I think with the mayor's leadership, that was the case with beaches and what was happening with beaches being reopened. And so is there a way that we can do that as we reopen events and reopen outdoor recreation? So these are just some of the things to think about. We're seeing a little bit of distinction from the county around, they're sort of distinguishing between festivals and live sporting events, because in their mind, a festival, you can't control the population. And so one of the things that we're looking to really work with the county on as well, in the case of Beach Life Festival, when you have a closed gate and a closed perimeter, you can control the number of people in a defined amount of space. And so that's what this will be all about as we open up, at least between now and June. It's hard to know after June 15th what it's going to look like, but this is kind of what we're operating under right now. So these are some of the areas that we're looking at as far as higher profile are going to be the beaches, any sort of tournaments, events like the 10K in the future. We've been having some frank discussions with the chamber. A mass start of 5,000 people in a narrow street. Don't know if that's going to be something that continues in the future. Is that going to be something that can be a staggered start? And so again, just looking at events, and events are different. You look at Fiesta Hermosa, no controlled gate, very different than Beach Life Festival. So I think that's what we're going to see moving forward. And we're already sort of seeing it in the way in which the county is defining it. We're looking at best practices. Orange County Fair is opening up. Super Bowl. There's this interesting thing in Barcelona where they just did a 5,000 person concert with no social distancing. Everybody had a mask and everybody took a rapid test before they entered the venue. And so I think we'll be watching that one quickly, watching that one to see what happens here as far as any sort of virus spread. But that was the first one we've seen that have really kind of been out in front of what events could look like. So again, just applying the blueprint. And again, as we've talked about tonight, it looks like this sort of blueprint concept's going to go away in the middle of June, but at least for right now, this is what we're seeing. So we're obviously in orange. We may have a chance to move into yellow here in the next couple of weeks. We're there on the positivity rate. We're not there yet on average daily cases, but we're not far off, especially with the allowance for reducing the number of average daily cases required if you're meeting testing requirements. I'll just wrap up and then take any questions. So again, this is what we're seeing as far as outdoor live events with assigned seats. So again, we're going to be working with LA County on what does that mean for something like, you know, in your case, Beach Life Festival. What does that mean? But this is currently what's in effect right now within the orange tier here in the middle. When you come down to indoor, this is what's happening. So you can see, obviously, with the Redondo Beach Performing Arts, for example, obviously that's one that's of interest. That would be, as we understand the regulations, and these are just coming out and we're just analyzing these, 15% or 200 people would be allowed now at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts indoor, because it's in the 0 to 1,500 range. And private events and meetings. So again, this is all part of a recovery plan. Outdoor tournaments and indoor tournaments, unclear. We're still working on that. Any sort of gatherings, again, we're in this middle column right now with the hope that we'll be moving over here to the right. These are, again, some of the things that we're seeing with gatherings. And you can see the other thing that's starting to happen is you can increase the number of people if you're verifying vaccinations. And so we understand that that's an area that's in flux, obviously, at the federal level, but it looks like percentage of occupancy will be driven off of the ability to verify vaccinations. Day camps, again, you can see, you can reach these through these various links. So I won't go through all of these. I just wanted to hit kind of the highlights and really just kind of focus on these policy areas up front here. So Joe, happy to answer any questions or take any direction that you would like.
Yeah, maybe turn it back to the mayor and council at this point. We've given you a lot of information. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Yeah, no, thanks, Joe, and thanks to all the staff for that rundown. It's very, very helpful. It's great to see us going in the right direction. I can't believe here we are in April, and you look back to last June. I don't think anybody would have predicted we would have been going out this far. But we're going in the right direction. You mentioned Beach Life a couple times. I talked to Alan Sanford recently. They're still considering it in the fall, but they are going to have to be making some decisions very soon. Yeah, because booking acts and things like that. And it's great you can open up these venues, but they'll tell you it's tough to make money with limited capacity. So we'll see. We'll see. Glad we're going in the right direction. Councilmember Oaji.
Right, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for those reports. Very comprehensive. Appreciate it. So I've heard that companies like Clear, the company that lets you get through the airport quickly by doing a retina scan or a thumbprint based on you being, pre-check or whatnot, is now getting into that, using that type of technology to identify who's been vaccinated, or you put your record in, your vaccination record in. Now that's going to let you go into events more quickly because you've been vaccinated. Is there anything either BC, HD, or the city can do to engage with a company like that, so that, for example, if somebody does want to come into the planning department, if they're pre-cleared through that kind of company or any other, or they just offer their vaccination, that we feel more comfortable doing business with them in person, or having them come to a Beach Cities festival type deal? That seems like kind of the next tier of public safety, if you will.
Well, I don't know, Joe, I didn't hear you say there are any plans for that, but it seems like something to keep an eye on. Likewise, Tom?
Yeah, I can jump in from Beach Cities. Like you, Mayor, we've been talking with Alan, and we are a partner with Beach Life Festival. And so I think that is something that will allow for greater capacity if you could do that type of screening that the council member was discussing. And so that is something that we would be happy to talk about and be a resource for as we move into the future. I think, again, the county is going to be using that type of technology to allow additional capacity, perhaps. So it's something that we would be willing to be involved with at the health district.
Yeah. Anything else, Sue?
The only other comment I was going to make along those lines is that I just wanted you all to be aware that we as an employer and none of the cities that I'm aware of have mandated that their employees have to get vaccinated. And so, we've certainly encouraged it. We have made it as easy as possible. We have talked about it. We've made resources available. We have a lot of the employees that have taken the vaccine. We have some that haven't. And I just wanted you all to be aware of that, we are still going to have mask requirements. We're still going to have the spacing. We have to do whatever we can to protect our employees kind of within the limits of the law. But it is a continuing concern for the employees. There is a little bit of anxiety on the part of the employees about, gee, if the phone rings and it's their department head saying, come back to work, have to come back on Monday. So we're having those discussions with the employees and working with the groups to assure them that it's going to be in a safe and organized manner. So I just wanted to add that as well.
I'll just clarify that my question wasn't implying any unmasked contact of any sort. I mean, even if everybody's vaccinated, I think keeping mass contact for the foreseeable future is probably the wise thing to do. But just to the extent that there is in-person contact that's necessary or desired in the case of Beach Life Festival or any other, kind of event, that in addition to masks, there's some additional clearing based on people who are vaccinated.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Tom, I don't know if you guys have looked into those freestanding thermal scanners for people that come into either offices or events. Those are pretty impressive and they work very quickly. Is that something you guys have looked at? That's the first question I have. The second question I have for you is, how is the vaccination program going for people that are homebound that can't leave, mostly elderly, but also the infirm? Can you tell us how that's going?
Yes, I will. So as far as the first question, I think that's an example of one of the things that we were talking about is using technology. I think obviously the fact that we're in a Zoom council meeting was not something that was happening a year and a half ago. And so I think some sort of screening, that's something that we've been able to assist the schools with a symptom assessment tool. So they're using that program, Councilmember Lowenstein. And so, yeah, some sort of temperature check or some sort of screening. We've already done some of that with the schools. And so be happy to assist with that as we move forward with some sort of screening. And then as far as the vaccines, we are heading out into the community. We are identifying those homebound older adults. We did another round of vaccinations today. So we're using a strike team method. And so we're partnering with your fire department. So we had our staff riding with Chief Isaac Yang out to do, in-person vaccines for homebound seniors and adults who are perhaps disabled. So that is something that's happening and will continue to happen here in the future. So yes, that is happening.
Okay. And one other question, have you heard anything else about, I know that the Pfizer news came out about the 12 through 15 cohort. Have you heard anything else about when it might go in front of the FDA? Because there's a lot of anxious parents out there. So. Yeah,
we haven't. We've heard roughly summer is what we're hearing on that is a 3 to 4 month time frame. Of course, 16 to 18 will be available here in the middle of the month. And as you know, we've done a consortium of school districts here in the South Bay where we were able to work with the teachers on vaccines. And so we are working with those same school districts on students age 16 to 18. And that is something that we're working on is providing vaccine opportunities for those students in conjunction with the school districts, which would obviously include Redondo.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nerina.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, Joe, back to that question that Councilman Lowenstein just posed. How many heat scanners have we bought with COVID funds? That airports have been using for, gosh, months now. And other cities.
Yeah, we haven't bought any.
Okay. What's the percentage of our employees who've been vaccinated?
It's going to vary by department. Yeah, I would need to get back to you on that in terms of estimates in terms of vaccines.
Okay. As city employees, are we considered? I know obviously our police and fire are considered front lines. Staff management are considered, dealing with council meetings, vaccinated, capable of getting a vaccine. Are we making those plans to get them vaccinated, or are we just leaving it up to the individual?
So we shared information with employees that fit the definition of emergency service worker. That was the category that they fell within, provided a letter to individuals, gave them information about getting registered. At that time, we weren't doing our own vaccines to our own employees. We had a limited offering, a limited availability of vaccines. And so we have gotten that information. We've pushed that information out. When there's been openings, we have sent employees, made that available. But just wanted to say for the record, we have not ordered the employees to do it. I don't know of a city that really has done that. And Tom, I don't know if you, in your discussions, have seen that.
Yeah, I think you get sort of mixed reviews on that. I think there are some that say perhaps you can, but shouldn't. And so I think with MOUs and unions, I'm not hearing of any cities that are requiring vaccine.
There's no city or department ordering people. That's I mean, even in any fire department and police departments, no one's ordering anyone to do anything like that. That's purely by choice, and it shall remain choice. Mr. Oaji, you have something to say on that?
Yeah, let's not make national news.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Yeah, I mean, the volleyball courts are open on the beaches. The county has put the volleyball nets back up. Orange tier, movie theaters are open 25% capacity. Live venues are open. We know this stuff is coming. Restaurants are doing in-service dining inside 50%. I mean, Joe, I want to see some more proactiveness. We know the direction the needle is going. It's not going the other way. I was been harking on this for weeks now to get us a presentation, start moving forward on this. I hope we're moving faster than what we're presenting tonight, because as someone mentioned, and as the governor has said, June 15th, yes, hopes to have a full opening. So, other cities have done scanners to allow people to come in. I've heard a lot of complaints, just so you know, if you want to know some complaints, I heard a lot of complaints regarding our libraries. Libraries are very key for people just to come in and pick up a book. I mean, if Best Buy is open and airplanes are open, then we should be able to provide a few hours a day for people to come in, check out a book, drop off a book in a safe manner. So I definitely want to see that those numbers or movements moving up. Vacation is done, so to speak. I've heard a lot of people in the last few weeks from the public who've complained about the planning department not being open, able to do checks, FaceTime. One of the reoccurring themes I've heard is planning checks on projects in person. We're still doing FaceTime. A lot of contractors saying, "Hey, we're here in person with a mask doing our work. Why can't an employee come by and just do a quick check with a mask on and do the same that we're doing?" And I kind of feel the same way. Opening up our city is just as important as getting the business moving forward. We know direction is going. I want us to be proactive, not reactive moving forward. A lot of people are relying on city services to get things done. So, be proactive. We can do it safely. We can do a lot of things safely. And the numbers are going one way for a reason. So those are my thoughts on that.
Okay, Councilmember Oaji.
Just a quick comment. Is there anything that we can do as far as air filtration in the library, for example, to increase circulation or else increase filtration so that we can get those opened up more quickly or to a greater capacity? In addition to what Mr. Narenheim is recommending relative to scanning as upon entry.
Ted or Susan, any comments?
That may be, Ted may want to answer the question about the air filtration.
Sure, and council member, your question on filtration, we have upgraded the filtration to the MERV 13. That is something that's in the guidance document for the State Department of Health, and that does capture both viruses and bacteria.
The library, it's also, we are planning to open April 19th, and that is when some of the county libraries are opening. So Manhattan Beach will be opening on the 19th. I don't think Hermosa's slated to open at that point. And Torrance is also looking at the 19th. So we're all kind of on the same date there.
Okay. Anything else, Shane? Any other reports, Joe, from the city manager? Thanks for this. It's been comprehensive. Any comments from the public?
Okay, I don't see any no Zoom, but we do have one e-comment. Go ahead, Katera.
The e-comment is submitted by Lena Portalisi. This comment is submitted on behalf of both the PSA and CEA unions. Reopening city offices to the public requires careful deliberation regarding not only public access, but the general office environment for city staff. We recommend that in-person services be a two-phased approach. The health and safety of staff should be the priority. The first phase should include staggered work schedules, clear protocols for masks, social distancing, sanitizing, and the proper use of shared spaces. Internal protocols should be consistent between departments and diligently monitored. Consideration needs to be given to those staff members who have been unable to obtain the vaccine, have health concerns, or care for vulnerable individuals. The second phase should include appointment-based public access with a specific point person managing the city office lobbies and libraries. Signage, floor stickers, and enforcement of safety procedures by either a management team representative or law enforcement needs to be addressed. Public waiting areas should be included outside the city offices. City offices should not be open to the public until we have established and tested schedules and protocols for city staff. The PSA and CEA boards recommend that office schedules and protocols be established in the month of May, with the reopening to the public on an appointment-only basis not occurring until June at the earliest. And that is it. Thank you.
Okay, any more city manager actions, Joe?
Yeah, the only other item is one of the blue folder items that you received earlier in the evening. And for that item, I would call on Mr. Webb. It was a memorandum from Mr. Webb. He can walk you through it. It's not an action tonight other than to decide whether or not to agendize the item. So, Mr. Webb.
Yes, given the number of unprovoked attacks against members of the Asian American community, I thought it would be likely that the council may want to join other cities in authoring a resolution in support. You'll need to agendize it for a future date, since it's not on the agenda tonight. But Joy Abiking from my office brought this to me, and she drafted a resolution for you because as you know, it can be tough to make any amendments to it on the fly. And so that's just for your consideration. If you do vote to agendize it at a future on a future agenda, then you can work from this document or create your own, because it's ultimately your resolution.
So you're saying, Mike, under council items, I guess tonight, someone to make a resolution or make a motion, bring back a resolution denouncing the violence against Asian Americans.
Yes, and many cities have, and we just wanted to provide this to you because we're almost certain that you will want to take such approach that other cities did, and it will be that whatever resolution form you pass will be yours, and it will give you, say you agendize for next week, you have a full week to to work on the same template.
Okay, great. We'll move to mayor and council items, but first I want to thank the staff for showing up and giving us that comprehensive reports of each of the departments and what they're doing to address COVID. It was very helpful. And like I said, it's great we're going in the right direction. So, and thanks again, Tom, for your help and guidance on it as well. So, but I see Councilmember Horvath has his hand up. Councilmember Horvath?
Yeah, I was just gonna during item O just to make a motion to agendize that for the next meeting.
Yeah. Is there a second?
Can I make an amendment or alternative?
Yeah, say whatever you want.
I guess I'll join that motion with an amendment to also recognize and condemn violent action against any racial groups, including obviously the Asian American, Asian population, as well as the Black and African American population. Because
yeah, I mean, it's coming back. You can add that when it comes back.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the reason. So you can, next time, if you agendize it, you can make any amendments that the council wants to make it truly yours. This was just a starting point that you would all work from. Yeah, but that would be next time. It'd just be agendizing it.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Councilmember Narenheim, do you have any directions for staff?
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Yes, actually I do. Tom, Joe, sorry. I don't know if we need to get this on a motion, but I'd like to close next council meeting in memory. I've sent you an email on Mayor Brown as well. Nathaniel Traxler. I can talk to you about that offline, but yeah, it's a very sad situation. So I'd love to close in memory of him next time around. The first thing I'd like to bring back as well is I make a motion to, I've met with the Reed family on South Francisco. I'd like to bring back a motion to discussion regarding Reed's apron on South Francisco in May for discussion. Actually, maybe we might need to do it sooner because of CDBG funds now. I've been there, I've talked to them that our city attorney Webb has had, and they've had their input, would like to have provide further direction and action to staff. I think because of things that are going on with the CDBG funds, maybe for the second meeting in April or maybe the first meeting in May. Would that be possible, Joe, to do that in maybe in the same meeting as May? First meeting in May?
So, I mean, we can put it on the agenda if that's the council's direction. I'm just not quite clear what the report would say. You just want the opportunity to talk and provide direction. Are you providing any kind of direction in terms of what you want the report to outline?
Yeah, I've talked to our city attorney, Mike Webb, about it. I've talked to them about it. We don't need a staff report about it. I can talk to Mr. Oaji, Councilman Oaji, about it as well. But we have the CDBG funds on there too, so that are coming up. So I'd like to have it. I know the public hearing is always first.
I don't know. Isn't it supposed to come back in the fall?
It was supposed to come back, yeah, a while ago.
Can we use those CDBG funds though, Joe, for that, or is funding a separate issue?
I don't even know that Joe is aware of this. We're going to have the meeting that Councilman Narenheim was going to set up. I don't know if we're going to still have that first. We could just agendize it. The only problem is we were going to have the meeting, as you recall, and have Brandy and Ted there as well. If you've had the meeting but I don't know what the result of the meeting is. I wouldn't even know what to agendize.
It was the discussion. Well, what we discussed. I don't want to get too far into it. As you know, it's basically just the same discussion that we had the last time, where we'd be putting the driveway, and I've talked to them, and they have. We talked about the plan, and we can talk about the staff one more time, but it's just council action at this point in time. If we want to go down this path or not, and use CDBG funds. I'd like to do it in the first meeting in May. I'll give us some time to talk about it behind the scenes.
Okay.
Right, and then you can have that meeting, and then when you come to the meeting where it's on the agenda, you'll be able to talk about it.
And we could have a staff report based on information about there were multiple different options, and I'm not quite sure how the meeting went, but we could certainly agendize, we could use the same title as last time and put it on for the first meeting in May.
Okay.
That works.
Is there a second to do that?
Second.
All right. Any objections? Okay. Or anything else?
I'd like to make a second motion. I'd like to bring back a discussion and possible action regarding the LA County fire quote, as well as an update on the coordination process with other beach city fire departments. That was a part of the budget motion from last June. So, and have that back in May.
I'll second that.
Joe, when you said you were talking to other cities about collaboration on administration services among the fire departments, and then there's the fire code hanging out there, how soon can you come back with that?
I think since there's budget implications with all of this, it would make sense to have that in the form of a budget response report. So that would be, I would say, look at mid-May.
Then it would be in the budget. Release the budget.
We would have a budget response report that we would draft. We would work to get that out along with the release of the budget. So,
what I want to be careful about is if there's further action on there, I want to be clear so that when we go over the budget, we can have the appropriate monies in place and have a proper plan. So we could do a budget response report. That's fine, but I'd like to have us discuss the budget response report as well.
Sure. Yeah. Sure, that would give you the options where we would just be beginning the budget process. We would basically outline the options, update the budget response report that was done a couple of cycles ago, and talk in terms of process and the budget implications.
So is that a budget response report that will come out in mid-May then?
And,
yes.
and to be discussed as well.
And to be discussed, right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Second that.
Okay, motion and a second. Is there any objection?
I want to know, I want that motion repeated. That you're bringing back or you're just bringing back the options?
Bringing back the county fire study, as well as the current coordination process we're doing with other beach city fire departments as per the last budget motion and what's been happening behind the scenes, so we can get a update.
Okay.
But you're suggesting to do them both at the same time?
Yeah.
I take it what I get out of it is that you want to know what it would cost to continue with the county quote. It was stalled about a year ago, and also to get an update on collaboration between the various cities, El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, to be specific on what administrative collaboration is, what progress there is.
Yeah. What we're currently going through right now. We have an update on that, so.
Okay. All right, let's take a vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yep.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
I'm going to vote no because I don't think we can be doing both of them at the same time. You got to choose which way you're going to go on that. And so I think that's preliminary to bring them both back and do both at the same time. So I'm voting no.
Okay, anything else, Nils?
I'm good, thank you.
Member Lowenstein.
Yeah, at the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Solomon had brought up enforcement of campaign finance violations. And I would like us to bring back a discussion on who would be involved with the enforcement actions. for campaign finance going forward. And I'd like to do that by sometime in early to the first to second meeting in July.
I'll second that.
I turn to Joe. I mean, it's not like there's an election coming up soon, but
We can.
get it done, Mike or Joe.
Yeah, I think this might be more of a Mike Webb item than a Joe Hefkin item.
Well, it was discussed at the time we passed it in that we prosecute it. We're not we're not an investigation agency. So it will be a very brief discussion. But it, basically will go to the FPP. The clerk can send it to the FPPC for investigation. And if they determine there's a violation, if it's our campaign finance ordinance, it'll come to us for prosecution. If it's the state ordinance that applies to city attorney, city clerk, city treasurer, or the school board, the FBPC can take enforcement action.
So I don't want to get into a long discussion because it's not on the agenda. But when we asked, we didn't know who was responsible for doing that. We didn't know. I had understood that it was Eleanor if it were in your office, and if it were anybody but you running, it would be your office. But that needs to be spelled out in the ordinance. It's not spelled in the ordinance. It was only based on inquiry. So I think it needs to, if that is the case, it needs to be as part of the ordinance and added to the ordinance, because it is not the case.
It's also a budget thing. You need to I mean, the police could do it, and code enforcement could do it. It's a Unicode ordinance. We don't investigate cases, we prosecute. I don't pull over people who are weaving to see if they're DUI. People call the police and they investigate it and they refer it to our office for enforcement. So the two that have been received so far were sent to by the clerk's office to the FBPC, and we're waiting word from them. And we had gone through the whole thing, what happened in Torrance, and eventually the FBPC sent it to the Torrance city attorney. But it may come up during your budget because you may want to assign someone. I don't think the police are chomping at the bit to enforce those things. I don't think code enforcement is. I don't think the clerk is. And so she's referring it to the FPPC. If you want to create a position whose job it is to investigate that before it comes to our office, that's certainly the council.
I think what I hear him saying is they don't even know what the process is. And
that's good.
Todd, I mean, we might want to just amend that motion to be in mid-June, so that we would need to have a few $1,000s set aside in during the budget time. We can do it during the budget time, and we can further expand it from there if we need to.
That's my suggestion. And if you don't know what the process is, you may not remember our discussion that you had when you passed the ordinance originally. There's one complication in that the state has now passed an ordinance that applies to races that you didn't cover in your ordinance. And that's the thing that's different. That's why FPPC has total jurisdiction in clerk, attorney, treasurer, and school board. And FPPC only does investigation and then turns it over to our office if it's a violation of our Unicode ordinance.
Okay, so
I would strongly do it during the budget time.
Okay, so then then I'll amend it to do it. Let's say the first meeting in June. Would that be okay, Mike?
I would, as a seconder, I'll be okay with that.
Okay.
Do you need a BRR, Todd, as a part of that?
It might be good to have a BRR as part of that to know what the cost would be going forward. So let's need to also include a BRR as well too.
Yeah, and the city manager may have views on if any of their staff is going to feel comfortable in doing the investigation, or you may want to just hire someone outside to do the investigation. But the changes to the ordinance are fairly simple.
Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe the form of a BRR is a good way to present this. We can also see what some other cities, how they've handled it. Maybe there's a way to do this on a contract basis, not have a full-time employee. or a part-time employee retained to do this. So, yeah, we can look at early June for a BRR.
Okay, that's fine.
Anything else, Todd?
One other thing is, with the budget coming up, and I brought this up a number of times, and I know that was a recommendation from the Budget and Finance Commission about looking at zero-based budgeting. And I realize we're in short time frame going forward, but I would like us to look at it, if not for this year, for sure for next year. And I would like a discussion on that. And I'd like it, since Joe, the budget is in preparation right now. So what's the first iteration going to be? It's going to be the third meeting in May, or is it going to be the first meeting in June?
Well, the budget is released in draft form May 16th. And so you will receive your agenda May 18th, just to receive and file. Then the hearings begin in June. That's the budget calendar that was adopted. So.
Okay, then I'd like a discussion, being that we're in a short time frame here, I'd like a discussion in July, after the budget is adopted, about zero-based budgeting.
So, sometime in July. Is that the motion?
Wait,
yes.
In July?
Well, I don't know if we can implement it this early. I mean, this
late. While I agree with that, I think it's important, and we can also have part of the zero-based budgeting, a true line item like Manhattan Hermosa does. So, I mean, that's essentially how we do our budget anyways. We just don't produce it on that level right now.
So is that your amendment would be to have a discussion as well on line item?
Yeah.
That would be fine with me.
And I'll second that.
I'm not quite sure what the motion is. Can you repeat the motion?
Sure. The motion would be to have a discussion on zero-based budgeting as well as line item budgeting and the first meeting in July.
You want to do that sooner, Todd? I mean, we really should have that maybe a part of this discussion of what we're doing here in this line, because otherwise it's not going to take effect, and we're for a year. So we can have this.
Well, ideally, I'd love to do it, but it's April, so I would turn to Joe. Is this something we can have a discussion?
Yeah. We have all the line item detail that you want for all the departments in the budget right now. If you look at the printed budget, we have line item detail with line items for every single department, every single dollar that they spend. What we are looking to do this year is to take some of those line items and to basically add some additional content, some additional detail. What do you get for these dollar amounts for example, training or supplies? We have a line item that says supplies, and it's X thousands of dollars. We've got the history there. So what we can do this year is we can provide that line item detail that's there right now, the dollar amounts, and then work towards providing additional narrative explaining the content of those line items. It's just, we can't redo the entire budget process at this date for a budget that's going to come out on May 16th. It's just, we can't do it. And this is the last year that we have, but last budget cycle that we have our current finance director. I think it is something that you pick up after the budget's done this year and work towards in future years.
Okay, Todd, I'd be amicable to the July one then.
Yeah, I think that's legitimate. So let's go with July.
Okay.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Talk about line item and zero-based budgeting in July. Is there any objection? Okay, so order. Anything else, Todd?
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Oaji. I'm sorry, Councilmember Horvath.
No, I had all mine last meeting.
Councilmember Oaji.
All right. First, I'd like to bring back the community gardens for discussion. Could we do that potentially next week? Seems like a light item after that great presentation.
Is that a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second that. And then we don't need a staff report on that, right? Right, Councilman Oaji? We just need to bring it back to re-agendize the conversation of
right. Redirect the city to work with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy.
Well, we can have that discussion, and I think we just bring it back for discussion, open discussion on the community gardens.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Obaji?
Yes. I'd like to ask for a budget response report on increasing the floor area ratio on Artesia to up to 2-to-1 with an alleyway provided between the commercial area and the residential zone on Matthews and Vanderbilt alleyway width, as well as a dedication of additional sidewalk so we can increase those sidewalk spaces.
I'm not sure that's a budget response report. Did that make sense to you, Joe, or what he's trying to do?
Brandy.
Brandy, are you there?
Yeah, I think it would be, because that's not just something that we can do. I think it's more of a BRR on what would the cost be to study that and to do the environmental review of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's clear then. So it's a budget response report request.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Joe or Brandy doing that? Anybody doesn't want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That in my
Anything else, Zane?
Yes, another budget response report. Well, I guess, did I get a second on that?
You don't really need it. It's just
okay. All right. Another budget response report request on analyzing ways to reduce cut-through traffic in the Golden Hills and the Golden Triangle, as well as reduce the speed of cars on non-Ford residential streets in the Golden Hills and Golden Triangle.
Non-Ford. I don't know. Joe, is that a budget response report or what is that? Public Works.
Ted, are you there? Sorry to keep calling on you guys.
Oh, I'm here. Yeah, I'm not certain that it would be a budget response report. I think we have gone through that analysis in the past. Maybe Councilmember Obaji, we can sit down and go through the analysis that was conducted before and then better understand what are some of the elements that you're looking for to come back with either further analysis and or potential changes.
Okay, sounds good. I think I discussed that then with the wrong person. All right. Next, based on what we just heard from the individual who made a public comment, I would like a budget response report on enhancing safety of Artesia and Felton. And I did see the memorial there for the last person who died there. And I'm sad to hear that just blocks away another person died recently. As well as analyze how Artesia and Ringe could be made safer. Again, these are just budget response reports. We'd like to know what the cost would be on any safety enhancing features.
That makes sense, Joe?
That makes sense. Yep.
Seems like a budget response report. Okay.
All right. Final budget response report request, please, is to analyze the cost of enacting a rigorous blight enforcement ordinance and what it would cost to have a council member, or sorry, not a council member, a code enforcement officer dedicated, focusing regularly on Artesia Boulevard and the aviation corridor. With objective direction pursuant to the ordinances for what needs to occur when there is blight.
Does that make sense, Joe?
Can I make a suggestion? Because I think we discussed this at the last budget about possibly hiring contractors for code enforcement to expand it. And I think we kind of put that to the wayside as a result of the constricted budget. But that, really what he's asking for is something that we need to deal with enforcing dogs in parks and non-smoking and all these other things that we've put in place. So I would just make a recommendation that you make that a broader discussion as it relates to code enforcement in general.
Well, I hear him, and I don't mean to speak for you, Councilman Oaji, but it's more than that. It's part of it is budget related, and part of it is he would like to consider an ordinance that would give more strict violations. And the council has had that discussion before, and we've always talked about there's always a trade-off between telling owner what he or she can do with their property versus, is deteriorating paint a blight. And so I don't think it's just enforcement. I think it's enforcement plus I hear him wanting to give additional enforcement tools to the code enforcement officers. So I think it's ideally two separate motions.
It is, I suppose it is. It's one is analyzing our ordinances to find out where they're weak, where they don't add up to what other cities are doing to have strong code enforcement. And secondly, to actually provide the human power to be able, or whether it's through a contractor or a staff member, to be able to objectively go and find these owners or give them a warning. 30 days later, they get hit with a fine. 30 days later, another fine if they are not rectifying that old rusty sign that says Kurt's Hardware and is facing the residential area here, blighting it.
So it would be, so if I may suggest, he's talking about an administrative hearing program that Redondo doesn't have. It doesn't have an administrative hearing ordinance, and we've talked about that. We tend to be complaint-based and take the more serious approach of going to criminal court. An administrative hearing ordinance would catch many more violators, and you'd need to have an ordinance and then people to enforce it. So there's a big policy discussion to be had there. And there's also separately what you identified, Councilman Horvath, and we talked before is, we haven't even returned to what we had before the 2008 recession. We're still at 2/3 of the staff. And I mean, not we, code enforcement is still at 2/3 of the staff that we were back then, and we were a complaint-based system back then. So it's a budget element, and there needs to be a full discussion of how strict do you want to be and how do you want to move beyond the complaint-based system. And that's purely a policy call for all of you.
All right. So can we agendize the policy discussion? Does it have to be immediate? Does it have to be before RENA is handled? But it does need to be in the future, please.
What date?
Let's go out to movie beyond. Let's go June or
July.
Well, let's ask Joe and Mike Webb. Is that something that can be done? It also would be a budget item if they decided to go down there, but I don't see how we could possibly make that sort of policy switch. And at the same time, if we decided and had the money to fund another position.
So I would have the policy decision. I would have the budget discussion first, because you should decide that in June. And even if you don't make that big policy change that Councilmember Oaji is talking about, you've all expressed frustration with the level of enforcement.
So why don't we make it a budget response report of some kind first to see, really, to get back our code enforcement officer that we lost 13 years ago, 12 years ago. Does that make sense, Mike?
Yeah, it makes total sense. And then if you have that person, then you can have the bigger policy issue if you want to expand what is in fact a violation. And whether you want to have an administrative hearing process that Councilmember Oaji was describing in terms of sequential fines. Right.
So right now, somebody could call code enforcement. They could write the mayor, could say, somebody needs to do something about that sign. It's in violation of our code, the sign you're talking about. And then we could, with our limited resources, eventually respond to that complaint. Correct?
Well, okay, so Airbnb is illegal, but you don't have any code enforcement officers working on the weekends. And when do you think, or after hours on the weekends, and when do you think most Airbnb complaints come in? It's Friday and Saturday nights. And so you could have a third person who works after hours on Friday and Saturday nights. So that would be a way of improving code enforcement.
We're going back to it being a budget response report.
And that would be budget. In July, you could have the bigger issue of, do you want to, is a house with deteriorating paint? It's not a nuisance under state law or under our muni code. You could make it illegal under our muni code, but do you want to go down that path? Previous councils have not, because of the trade-off between government overreach and avoiding blight. And that's a discussion solely for the six of you.
All right. So, but am I not perceiving correctly, though, that, let's say, preparing an administrative review ordinance, it has some costs associated with just enacting a new law?
No, that we could adopt, Manhattan or Hermosa's or bring it to you.
Got it.
That there aren't costs with that. The cost will be in enforcing it and here having someone in the city manager's office do the enforcement and collect, because you'd have to assign someone or pay somebody to collect those things. So anyways, I would
budget response.
Getting it to, budget response report in June about code enforcement, and then the possible policy discussion in July. I just wanted to make clear they're two different things.
Okay. So you want a budget response?
I think I missed that. I'm really sorry. My connectivity's been bad. What was the final decision?
Well, we're making it now, and it sounds like it's a budget response report to add a code enforcement officer.
Yes, sounds like it.
Or just expand code enforcement.
Expand code enforcement, sure.
Well, that'll be
adequately, as at least to that. Let's go first just to the commercial area.
Potentially contracting out. Is that clear, Joe?
It is, yeah. We did a budget response report on supplemental code enforcement. We can add to that and also include the costs of a full-time code enforcement officer and include that
as well as potentially contracting it out.
Correct.
Okay, great.
And Mayor, while we're clarifying BRRs, if I could follow up on Councilman Obaji's request regarding the traffic analysis, I do think it's quite possible that after he meets with Ted and has an understanding of what traffic calming work has been done in the Golden Hills area, we may need to inform as part of a more detailed description what we've done in our traffic calming CIP account. And that is typically what we would do through a budget response report. We would say, okay, we've installed X signage at what expense, and we want to direct the following funds to this location to help further reduce cut-through activity. So I do think a BRR as it pertains to traffic calming, particularly in the Golden Hills and Golden Triangle area, will likely be necessary following his discussion with Ted.
Okay. See how that goes. Anything else, Councilmember Obaji?
No. Thank you.
Councilmember MD. Okay. Only question I have is what's the status of the skate park, Joe?
Oh,
yeah. Maybe Ted knows what the status of the skate park is.
Yeah, we are still working with our outside attorneys on getting the RFP ready for the design build. We were expecting it maybe this week. Haven't received anything yet. We'll check with them, see what the status of that RFP is at this point.
Okay, so you're waiting for legal to ballot or verify or validate or give the okay on the RFP?
It's it's got to be worded in a certain manner for the design build process that we're looking to do, and they've been helping us put that RFP together.
Okay.
And to add as that real quick, Ted, I think Seaside Lagoon, are you involved in opening with that, or was that Lori? I heard that discussed earlier, and I forgot to bring it up, but I believe we're going to be having a discussion next week or the week thereafter to reopen Seaside Lagoon.
Right, we're going to tee that up either for next week or the week after. We have to see, how we can manage all this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I think that's it. Look at the agenda, make sure. So that is it, and no closed session. So I guess I'll just entertain a motion to adjourn to our next meeting, which will be a week from tonight, April 13th at 4:30.
I'll move.
Okay, any objections?
No.
Okay, we are adjourned. Welcome to the party, Councilmember Oaji.
Party. Thank you.
Everybody, it's been a long time. So we'll see you next time. See you in a week.